What is up, everyone? What is up? Happy Monday. I hate Mondays, just like Garfield. That and lasagna. It's Tuesday 4 for me. It's Tuesday for you. Time zones are crazy. What's it like in the future, Raintown? Yeah. What is your supper? I don't know. We'll see. So far, it's just been water and stuff. I think there's fish upstairs that might get cooked. We'll see. What's everyone up to today? It's been one of those long days. Let me get an energy drink over here. I don't take those punch you in the face energy drinks. I just go for a V8 energy. Y'all remember the ad back in the day? Air horn on a Monday is wild. Gets your attention though. It's kind of nice having a sound pad over here. You know, I should have like opened up with "It's Monday." What's up, Hans? How's it going? Have they made Li-Fi any better? What, the one that runs through light? I think that's... I've always thought of it as a gimmicky kind of thing because I think there's just so many issues with trying to make that work. It's cool when you think about it. Oh, you got a haircut? Yeah. What's that like? But yeah, it's been a long day staring at a screen, working on terraforms, trying to deploy some new stuff, and then troubleshoot it. And then me being the only Linux guy on the team, of course, I'm the one that writes everything in Bash when it comes to these little scripts to initialize AWS, CLI and everything. And my team complains, and then I kind of just look at them and I'm like, I'm the one that does it. Get good. The Mac users can use it, at least when I don't do the Linuxy specific things of it, which actually happened because my architect is using a Mac and I'm using Windows Subsystem for Linux, and he's like, I couldn't get this command to run. I'm like, you sure? And then I run it, and then we go through it, and we're like, oh, that's right. You run on Mac. You got the weird POSIX stuff. We should bring VGA back. I don't know about that. VGA was kind of a clunky connector. With the 2 screws and all the pins, and it's an analog signal, and yeah. I'm still amazed how you did the VPN over Tor over ITP. Any advice? Booze. No, it's just really, the VPN. So when I did it, I was using Cubes OS, you have to understand. Yeah, I think I was doing Cubes OS with that one. Or was I doing just straight Unix? Well, there's documentation out there to run I2P on Unix, so all you got to do is then run a VPN for your virtual machine on top of it, and then Unix out the box is Tor, so you just put I2P on top of it. Should you do that? I don't really think so. And it was I2P running on top of Tor. And then that was running on top of a VPN. I don't know if I'd really recommend that. That was more of a, I wonder if I can make this work kind of thing. And again, booze. He says DisplayPort I'm crashing at. I don't know about DisplayPort either. I've been looking at that, what is it, the GPMI thing that China's been releasing. That actually looks pretty sweet. Although, if I recall, it's just another USB Type-C connector. And I hate USB Type-C. Don't get me wrong. I understand the idea. It's nice to have everything unified. But I can have like 10 different frickin' USB-C cables in front of me. And all 10 of them can be capable of 10 different frickin' things. And there's no way to really tell which is which without a special tester. That annoys the crap out of me. Because then I'll like, there's been times where I'll use a USB-C cable and I'm like, why is everything transferring slow? Oh, it's over USB 2.0. It just has a USB-C connection. Oh, why am I not fully able to charge this phone the way I want it? Oh, it's because this, cable is rate limited to this power limit. Yeah. What VM do you use on Linux? I use KVM QEMU. And then, of course, with cubes, we're running on Zen Hypervisor. I'm basic. It's better than VirtualBox. Don't get me wrong, VirtualBox, I'm not hating on it by any means. VirtualBox is just, it's, caffeine, come to brain, need brain cell now. I think it's if I remember correctly, it's a type 2 type hypervisor, which means that it's sitting on top of the operating system. And then type 1 is basically it can interface directly through the operating system to the hardware. So type 2 talks to the operating system to get everything you need and then goes to the hardware, whereas a type 1 can then just go straight down. Of course, your hardware has to support it, but any CPU made within the past, like, I'd say 15 years is compatible with supporting it. In your opinion, what is the best Linux distro? The one that suits your workflow best. You're going to get 50 million different answers. I use Pop! OS for my daily workflow. I use Debian on my mini laptop over here. I use Red Hat at work and AWS Linux or Amazon Linux. And I use Cubes OS for my security stuff, Parrot OS for my ethical hacking stuff. So there is no one answer. That's why I bought 3 240-watt Apple 2-meter 8K cables, but now it doesn't work with kitchen supply. See? Nothing works with everything. VB is bloated. Yeah, it's a little bit bloated. Plus, a lot of people don't know this. You can use VirtualBox in an enterprise setting. However, if you use the extension pack, which a lot of people do use because it actually gives you a lot of useful features, that is not allowed to be used in enterprise without paying some kind of a fee or something. I remember I was reading something a few years ago when VirtualBox was coming down on a company for that. Oh, somebody redeemed some points to get my dog a treat. Yo, Ari, Barack. Ari, Barack, come here. Y'all want a treat? I know you do, you little schmuck. He's been trained. If I'm down here, he knows a treat's possible. Chev. 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 Come on. Chev. You know, we do this every day. Come on. Come on. I can stare you down longer. You know this. Come on, Chev. Chev. Come on. Come on. Really? Oh, do you not have room? Chev. Come on, sit. You little bastard. Come on. Come on. Chev. 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 Good boy. I need to move this bag over here. I still gotta go through and make the DEF CON video and everything. Yo, where's the other dog? Aria! Yo, Ari! Come on, fat ass! I guess he doesn't want to get a treat. Alright. How much experience do you have with Red Hat? Quite a bit. Although I don't like Red Hats that much. I just don't have the complexion for it. Maybe a nice outfit if I had like a red suit or something, but I don't think I could really pull that off. Now I could probably pull off a pimp suit. Nah, but I've used Red Hat quite a bit. It's not that hard to wrap your head around the different distributions of Linux. Once you get used to one, there's very little differences between each one. Most of it comes down to the maybe little things in how the file system is structured, little things with how the packages of software they use are there, but it's not that hard to figure it out. I use Red Hat quite a bit. Amazon Linux is also based on Red Hat from when I was poking at it, so, yeah. Does the dog uses Puppy OS? Probably. Pup OS. With Google being the biggest spies on Earth, why would you recommend Google Pixel with Graphene OS? Because there's a difference between hardware and software. And Graphene literally only runs on a Pixel. We're not running Google software. We're running Google hardware. And this has been confirmed. It is one of the most secure systems out there. So, that's just how it is. I don't know why it's so hard for people to differentiate the difference between hardware and software. No, Red Hat is not free, but you're paying for the support. So the advantage of Red Hat for a business is you're running an application on top of it, and you're running into whatever kind of issue specific to the operating system. You can then get a Red Hat engineer to work on the issue and get troubleshooting and things like that. So companies will pay for support. That's where it comes into play. Like when everybody's like, why don't companies like self-host their stacks and everything? Because companies would then have to hire more people, which costs more money to maintain that same thing that's unique to their stack, whereas they can pay another company to maintain it and then pay for their support plan, so it actually doesn't cost them as much in terms of employees. And then just train the employees to run a lot of those things. So that's what it comes down to, is simple economics. And it is a little bit shocking when I get into that discussion with quite a few people. They just don't understand the realities of working in a business. And I think that's one problem that a lot of people face when you're in the cybersecurity and IT scene. There's a lot of people you can tell have never worked inside of a business, like properly inside of a proper business. There's one thing for you to maintain your own servers and all that when you're a small company. Once you scale, it becomes unsustainable. I'm just being honest with you. What about a GIMP suit? GIMP suits is like SE Linux for your body. Penguin suit. You're literally drinking a V8. Yes, I know. Donk. Y'all remember that ad? Back in the day, should have had a V8. Donk. This is probably one of the few energy drinks that I'm okay with. Primarily because it's not punch you in the face levels of caffeine. I don't understand how some of y'all do it with like 200 to 300 milligram caffeine drinks. This is 80 milligrams. This would literally be the same amount as me drinking a cup of coffee. But it's not that I have anything against coffee. I just don't have the time to go grind my beans up and then do the French press thing. Because look, if I'm going to make a cup of coffee, I'm making it proper. You look like a white Monster guy. I've never had a Monster. Well, let me put it this way. I've never gone out of my way to buy a Monster. I've tried Monster, been like, ew, no, don't care for the flavor. Never touched it again. I think it was one of my friends. This was like years ago. I've just never really been much into those energy drinks. And I feel like I would probably end up drinking enough of them that I could vibrate at the speed and frequency of the universe. And then start phasing through walls. And that's how I'll become the Flash. Is Kden Live an equivalent to Adobe Premiere? Yeah. I use Kden Live for my video editing, so all the videos that you actually see on YouTube, those were edited with Kden Live. It actually works really, really well. I still haven't felt the need to go to DaVinci Resolve yet, Though I do see there is some value using DaVinci on my Linux workstation over Kdenlive because there are some additional, things I can do with it that I just can't do, or at least do as easily in Kdenlive. But I'll cross that bridge when I get to it. Thoughts on EOS? Never really used it, honestly. I've mainly just been using Graphene OS on most of my Android phones when I use anything that's not stock. That's just how it is. Servers, employee security, upfront costs are high. Yep. That's why certain family members with education backgrounds work. And those overpaid staff are underpaid. Look, we're all underpaid. We're all underpaid, unless you're in the C-suite or management, which are basically just glorified paper pushers. Like, I'm telling you straight up, I could never be in management. One, I am too matter of a fact, and I don't do well with office politics. Either you're going to do your job, we're going to work together to get this thing done, or F you. Like, I have no time for games or BS. And I don't do well with the office politics thing. And I'm sure a lot of you are the same way. I'm here to do a job. I'll make buddies, with, people I work with. There's nothing wrong with that. Hang out with them even after work. I go to the gym with one of my coworkers every so often. And there's nothing wrong with that. But I have absolutely major issues with office politics BS. I'm not a kiss-ass kind of person. I've actually told off quite a few people. And I do it in the right way and being professional. There's ways to basically say F you in a more professional manner. Do you have any videos tonight to watch? Yes, I do. We're going to get into them in a little bit. I still got to build up a little bit of a queue and look around for some things. I saved some from last night, but there's a few more things that I definitely want to pop in on. Orange Dreamsicle Monster is amazing. Ew. No. Some people like laxatives. Yeah. I'm not one of those people. I already shit enough. White Monster is good, all others suck. I am a tea person. You don't drink Folgers instant coffee. No, I can't do instant coffee. Well, I mean, when I lived overseas in Israel, a lot of people were doing instant coffee, and that was, but their instant coffee was okay. Great. But then again, this was also the same country that ran Starbucks out of the country because they couldn't actually be profitable because there were already so many great coffee places. Whatever your politics are, the coffee was fantastic in Israel. I don't care about the political, argument that some of you are going to say. Maybe interested this week. I go to additive manufacturing and exhibition and loser and H2S from BAM Lab. There's been I actually do want to go to one of the 3D printing conventions. I think it's in Germany. I want to say Frankfurt, or I could be wrong there. There was one that actually interested me a few years ago, and I've always wanted to go. But the issue is, of course, with any international conference, is it's very expensive, especially as an American, to go overseas to these conferences. And I've had the Chaos Communication Conference, I think that's what it is, the Triple C, which is like the DEF CON of the EU, on my wish list to go, or bucket list to go check out at some point. That looks like a fun con. It'd be interesting to compare notes to the DEF CON experience, having gone to DEF CON for 3 years. But yeah. Those energy drinks F up a lot of individuals. Yep. Headphones. These are Beyerdynamic DT990s with, what is these? Wicked cushions that I put on because the stock ones just kind of, were, deforming from me using them for a few years, so I put these on, and I like the cushions just a little bit better. They don't seem to modify the sound profile too much, which is great, because I like an open back headphone. Better sound stage, as well as I have awareness of my surroundings and sounds. I don't do well with closed back headphones because complete silence freaks me out. There needs to be noise. Let's see. Will the government eventually win and we will be surveilled beyond measure? Who knows? All I know is the entire world's going to hell in a handbasket as it is. But there's far more of us than there is of them. The thing that the reason why they get away with so much is you have a lot of apathy, unfortunately. Not just in the USA, but globally. They don't pay attention to politics until, I forgot who coined this. You may not F with politics, but politics will F with you. And then there's a bigger problem that those that actually get involved in politics, the majority of them have their heads up their butt, take everything in the world as black and white, and only look at a surface level of the actual issues that go on instead of dive deeper into them. I don't care what side of politics you're on. This is a problem on the left, on the right, call yourself whatever. We've all met people that are like, being political is part of their identity, but they still don't know jack crap about what they're actually talking about. And on that note, one of the problems with why the government gets away with doing this much is, now mind you, I've said this before, I don't hold any sacred cows to any political parties. They're all messed up for different reasons. But I will say this. One problem I do have with the left is that if you're 1% in disagreement, they completely, do not want to deal with you, and they want to isolate you, with a lot of these people. Not saying that doesn't happen on the right, but I noticed there's a trend where people that are common allies in many different aspects become enemies because they disagree on another subject, which then lessens the ability to fight together on the thing that they do agree on. Whereas I see this issue on the right, it's totally different. There's a lot more people on the right that are willing to say, hey, look, we agree on 60% of things. Why don't we work together on those 60% of things, and then we'll just argue about the 40% later? Or, they'll just, at least agree to disagree on that part. At least from what I've seen. Now, this happens on both sides, but I find that it's more common in, that way. But that's why I think, in general, a lot of the points that even are, good, and I agree with on the left, they break down because you don't have any cohesion to have an, what do you call it? An allied front to work together, because y'all are just being nitpicky about all the other things you don't agree on while you're fighting on this one thing. And then you're also intruding upon people's marches with other things. Let me put it this way. And I'm saying this as someone who has Palestinian family and does believe that, there should be room for everyone in that region. I don't agree with Netanyahu. I've had my rants. I've called him a schmuck and everything in between. I've called him a tyrant. So I have that on record. But I honestly believe there's a lot of people that don't honestly care about Palestine. It's a trend issue for them. It's just trendy. It reminds me so much of when I was growing up, the Free Tibet thing. And people would be like, Free Tibet, Free Tibet. Okay, tell me about it. Well, Free Tibet. They only know the surface level. That's my rant. Anyway. Thoughts on BW. Big money waster. That's my thought. Do you think politicizing tech is a bad idea? I believe it is. It depends on where you're talking about politicization. If we're talking about politicization in terms of putting issues in one party over another, yes, that's an issue. where I say, you know, like a lot of the activism I do in terms of digital rights, that's, I don't care if you're Republican or Democrat or Libertarian or Green in the U.S. or if you're in the EU or whatever, you know, party you're in, the UK Labour Reform, I don't care. But I will tell you, this is a bad idea. Like UK Online Safety Act, or we had the Screen Act, we had COSA, we had PIPA, we had SOPA in the past, we had, now we have the Beard Act and FADPA. Which, if you don't have any familiar with those, you should definitely check out my other content. I got some long videos over on YouTube that go deeper into that. Now, those things are absolutely political because, unfortunately, they have to do with regulation. So that is where there is a necessity to politicize things in tech. But I don't like the fact that people put a jersey on and then suddenly subscribe to everyone's different ideas or that. But yeah. Are we getting a mini laptop upgrade video? When I have the money set aside for it, I just, oh yeah, so Ham Shack radio upgrade. I, rented the heavy machinery that I need to go up on my roof to install the antennas. So that'll be happening soon. And then give me a few months to breathe, and we'll eventually get around to that. There's a lot of things I want to do, but I also had to expense quite a bit on different repairs, so give it time. It'll be coming, but also I want to get this laptop done in time for DEF CON, and the honest truth is, even if I buy the laptop upgrade I want, they have a 2-month back order for the actual chip. You say left or right is fragmented when working together. The left is more, well, the left is more fragmented. Because look at, the Cheeto in office. He managed to bring so many different coalitions together. That was the word I was looking for earlier, coalition. Even though they don't agree on many different things, and they were definitely wrong on a lot of other things, and they got him into the White House as much as people don't agree with them. But then you had people not wanting to vote for Kamala because of singular issues they didn't agree with her on. And I'm saying this as a person that's voted Libertarian and Green. Like, I'm not going to shun anybody that's like, hey, I voted third party. Hey, good for you. If you wanted to vote Chase Oliver, great. I will judge you if you voted Jill Stein, though. Just something about her rubs me the wrong way. And the fact that the Green Party needs to find a different candidate. Like they got into Linux. Happy hacking. Benjamin Franklin. I like that name. Yeah. But anyway. That's why the left F's up. Well, absolutely. Like, as I was saying, like Kamala, you had a lot of people. Like, I remember, I hate bringing this up, but you had a lot of people that were hating on Kamala because she wasn't as pro-Palestine, was leaning a little bit more pro-Israel. So they decided, oh, I'm not going to vote for them. And then you had a lot of Muslims that even voted for Trump. How'd that turn out? What? You didn't want to give support because they didn't agree on one issue? Now you got the person that actually wants to basically turn that entire area into glass and then put a hotel front and kick them all out. It's a shame. That's why I despise politics, because I know a little bit too much about it, and I just look at most people that talk about politics and I'm like, you're a moron, you're a moron, you're cool, you're a moron. Yo, I wanted to say a huge thanks for recommending Psycho-Pass. Started this week and I love it. Oh yeah, it's a great anime. I rank it up there with like Ghost in the Shell, which was actually, I would say, one of my introductory animes as a kid, along with Dragon Ball Z and Gundam Wing. So you're going to build that $20,000 router from last stream, right? It wasn't 20,000. It was like $100 or so. And eventually I will do. I just have so many other projects on my plate first that I want to clear out. And ADHD meds has made me actually get through my backlog. Woo! I will say, as much as I don't, though, on the point, you know, where Trump is horrible, I will at least give credit where credit is due. And, like, where I say I can agree on certain points, I do agree with that executive order he had with, not allowing payment systems to debank people for political reasons. Because, like, look at what's happening to Steam and itch.io and everything like that. That's horrible, but it's still not far enough. We need a codified law there. I don't care if you're Republican or Democrat. It just needs to get done because that's been a problem for a while. Like, even on, you look at different political issues. People lost their payment processing because Visa or MasterCard didn't agree with them, and they have basically a monopoly. And why they aren't investigated at this point for how much of the market they control is beyond me. Maybe it's because the definition is they're not a monopoly, but they're rather a duopoly. It's definitely not an oligopoly because we don't have two choices. Have you watched Death Note? Yeah, I've watched Death Note. I haven't gotten through it. It just wasn't really, I just kind of went ADHD and forgot it. Public front usually collapses after forming a government due to bickering. Yeah. Do you have an iPhone? What about Pegasus 2? I have an iPhone, I have an Android, and the honest truth is, it cracks me up that everyone's like, what about Pegasus? Bro, you're not that important. You're not that important to worry about Pegasus malware. Like, are you a well-known journalist, a political dissident? Are you, someone important in the government where, people that are, state actors are going to go after you? Then it doesn't matter. And the reality is, even the NSA has said, the majority of these things don't retain proper persistence. Reboot your phone and you're good. But in the grand scheme of things, no, it doesn't really matter. And to most of you, it doesn't matter. I've had an HP laptop since 2016. The hinge broke within the first 2 months. Yeah, that'll happen with some of those laptops. That's why I generally like the business class of laptops. They're a little bit better, and that's the same thing for Dell, Lenovo, HP. It doesn't matter. They always cheap out on the hinges. No, I'm not on Adderall. I'm on a non-stimulant one. Let me see. You want to say? Oh yeah, Heiko Pass. Now, the right is a lot more united than the left. Left is divided on the ideology. Right is a lot more united. No, that's what I was saying. I'm not a good word person. If I do the cyber thing and the tech thing, if you want people who are good with words, find a worder. So hard to talk about mental health on TikTok. Well, ironic because the TikTok is bad for your mental health in so many different ways. I'm trying to build a server as a comp sci major project on my first year. Is it going to be hard? Well, what server are you building? The thing that a lot of people don't seem to grasp whenever they're talking about a server is just a computer that is serving data. Think about it as the restaurant. You are a client. You have a server come up to you, take your order, goes back to the kitchen, gets your order, and serves it to you. That's all it is. Now, what a server entails, it can be a Raspberry Pi, it can be a secondhand computer, it can be any computer that can suit the task. It's not really that complicated because, let me restate that. It's the complexity is more so in what you're trying to do with it than that servers themselves are complicated. If that makes sense. So, no, it's not that complicated. It's just a matter of you got to spend some time figuring out what you need to do and read up on documentation and get it configured the way you need it. That's what it comes down to. Now, the difficulty comes up to what are you trying to do with it? What complexity is there? Only worth getting a laptop nowadays. Got my eyes on System 76. System 76 is great. Just know that System 76, Purism, Tuxedo Computers, and Nova Custom, the computer brands that I'm liking, as well as MNT, those are Linux first brands, which means you may be able to install Windows on them, but they will not be able to support you. They'll say, here's the drivers. Oh, you have issues with it? Well, tough luck. It's a complete opposite flip from the manufacturers that are Windows first. If you're Windows first, you're still going to be looking at like a Windows, a Dell, a Lenovo, an HP. Get the business line, of course. But yeah, that's... I think the word you're looking for is a corporate state oligarchic kleptocracy. Well, that and sprinkle in a little bit of a kakistocracy. If you don't know what that is, that's government by the worst. Basically, the most unqualified people. You just turned it into pharmaceuticals. Look, I am ADHD. We're not going to stick on one topic long here. Hey, Vinicius. Yeah, everything's doing great. Hope you're doing well. I wasn't saying that. That was a bad word thing. Oh, you're fine, Rain Tanya. I'm just teasing you. I had a Razer laptop 3K, loved it, dropped it, blue screened. Well, we actually talked about the Razer issues that have been going on for a while. I've actually never really liked the Razer brand. Not just their laptops. Everything Razer. I've never really cared for them. I'm sure some people like their stuff that is Razer, but they've always had this kind of feel to me that feels like you're cutting corners, and not in a good way. Not that cutting corners usually is a good thing, but in the ways that it doesn't really make sense. One Piece or Naruto? So I've tried watching One Piece. The problem is there are so many damn episodes. I just can't. I like the live action one. I have watched all of Naruto Shippuden, and then Boruto. I guess it's because like there's a little bit, I don't know. I guess you could say, at least from what I saw with the One Piece episodes. Now, remember, I gave it like a good, like, I want to say like 80, 90 episodes before I eventually just squirreled it. But Naruto, I like the fact that it starts getting into, themes that, adults can relate to a little bit, even though it has to do with kids and, complex subjects of different things. I'm sure One Piece has its moments and stuff like that. So Ghost in the Shell, Psycho Pass, any other cyberpunk animes. Well, on movie night, we watched Alita Battle Angel. Of course, it was the James Cameron version. That was pretty good. That was based off an anime. I'd have to look through my list to see what I've actually watched. Like, I just finally caught up with Rise of the Shield Hero, so I had never seen it until, like, about last week. And then I just started watching the whole thing. And now I'm all caught up. I'm waiting for episode 9 to be dubbed. Yes, I watch dub. I don't care if you're like, sub is superior. Well, guess what? Some of us can't deal with sub because we can't focus that much on subtitles, okay? Did you read Narnia, all of them, or just The Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe? I never read all of them. I mean, I could barely sit still as a kid. I only got 138 gigabyte free. How am I supposed to install Linux? Papa's. You got plenty of space. I don't know why, but my FYP is flooded with OPSEC and IME from Intel, etc. I don't know why. I don't know. The honest truth is I've noticed TikTok's algorithm gets kind of weird, so I actually don't use TikTok all that much. Primarily because I have to work. Secondary because I put TikTok on a whole separate phone. The Samsung camera's better anyway. And it's great because I don't have it on my main phones. So it's like, cool, I'm just going to stick TikTok literally in a drawer, and then I'm going to go on with my life. I maybe allow myself like 30 minutes tops a day. And most of my time on TikTok is probably catching up with my friends and mutual creators and stuff like that. That's just me. What PC brand do you recommend that is acceptable locally in case I'm shopping for friends and family? Well, locally as in the US or locally as in EU? Because I can't remember where what you're talking about there. Because if you're talking about EU, Tuxedo Computers is a German brand. I really like their stuff. That is actually my primary laptop now. The Tuxedo Stellaris Slim. I got the version before they just refreshed it, which has a AMD Ryzen 8845HS and an NVIDIA 4070, 96 gigabytes of memory, and a 2 terabyte NVMe. It's pretty nice. But if you're talking about US-based, I'd probably go with System 76. Nova Custom is also a nice choice as well, but I haven't personally used their stuff, but they look great, and I hear great things about them. So I can put them in the pile of I will recommend them, but I haven't personally used them. Why no framework? I just haven't really gotten around to using framework, and the frameworks that I used at least 3 or 4 years ago, they felt a little flimsy. Like physically flimsy. There was flex on there, and I'm sure they've improved things, but I just haven't had my hands on a framework since. Plus, I like the fact that System 76 makes their own operating system, and they actually do quality control for the NVIDIA drivers before they put out for that. So I just feel like, hey, it's nice to support a company that actually does that, because they're not making money on the operating system, they're making money on the hardware. So yeah, I feel the same way about Razer, but the laptop never felt like that. The laptop always did. It still did to me, because Razer puts a lot of bloatware on their stuff. Like, a lot of the things that you need to have, what is it called, Razer Synapse or anything like that, could have been done at the BIOS level. You didn't need a crappy app to do all of that stuff. It should have been a optional, not mandatory thing. And a lot of people are noticing there's FPS drops because of the Synapse app, but ironically, you need the Synapse app to allow your GPU to go full throttle. So that is a problem. And then there were issues with just hardware and a lot of weird quality things that, you know, were going on. Like Gamers Nexus did a whole expose on it. We watched it the other day on stream. And my reaction video is actually on YouTube if anyone cares. Because I thought people would actually care about that one. But yeah, like, there's just a lot of things that happened with Razer that I have never seen happen with Dell, Lenovo, HP, System 76, or, you know, every other brand that I've used in my entire life. You can cut corners in a good way, like making packaging worse and the product inside divine. Well, yeah, like, I remember one of the things I liked, if I recall, about System 76's packaging, it wasn't too over the top. It was still, like, clever, but the way it was done to minimize the packing peanut crap and all that, at least when I did it a few years ago, was great. Watch One Piece, repaste. It's better, I think. I don't know. I never watched the anime. Maybe, but I think I would also have to, like, look at there's wikis with the filler episodes, and I'd probably have to skip all that in One Piece. And I think the same thing if I ever got back to watching Bleach. After a while, it was like, dude, this is a bit much. How's the MNT Pocket Reform treating you? It's doing pretty well. I do need to still upgrade the CPU in here. Got something on there. I'll get some Where's... Oh, yeah, that'll work. I need some paper towel. So I'll clean that off. But it's working pretty well. I do need to upgrade the CPU in here. That's the only complaint I have, as well as the Wi-Fi chip. But the cell modem I put in here worked great for DEF CON. It was a great little note-taking device, which was primarily what I wanted to get it for, was you bringing out a small laptop and being able to use it. Because, like, let's put it this way. You're at a convention, okay? Let me, I can do a real demonstration for you, all right? So this is my daily laptop here, all right? You have to do the whole laptop thing, bring it out, it's on your lap, like, you got to do the whole balancing act, everything there, and it's just a little bit inconvenient to have this, because then you also have to bring it in and out of the bag, and if you have a backpack, you know, shoving it into the laptop sleeve a lot of the time doesn't work that well, because you always have, like, other things you picked up from merch with vendors, everything like that. So I don't have any issues with this laptop itself. It's just, it's a laptop issue. Whereas, you know, you put this one down, and then you got this little guy here. Like, you can do a little typing in smaller spaces, and like, so imagine you're like a smaller, like you're a small lady, a small dude. I'm probably a little bit more broad than a lot of people. So yeah, it isn't a laptop; it's a crotch top. But yeah, I like this laptop. It's great for the mobility needs that I need. The only complaint that I had was the CPU, but the CPU that I'm upgrading to is now the standard CPU in all the MNT Pocket Reforms you're buying, so you won't have to do the CPU upgrade to get the features that I want. I have to spend a little bit more money because I got that laptop day zero. And remember, the back for this is custom. I did that to match it, as well as get my logo on there and drop the CPU 30 degrees Celsius. I may stick with it at the end of the day. When I get the entire video together, that'll be probably a little while, because I want to do a video on the MNT Pocket Reform properly when I do the upgrade, and yeah. More like a UMPC. What's a UMPC? Like an ultra mobile PC? Seek your guidance. I need study help for A+. What do you suggest, good sir? I don't know what necessarily will help you with A+, because I never got any certs. I've just been in the field for over 10 years, closer to 15 years. And the only certification I ever got in my career, if we're not counting Windows XP and Server 2003, which my dad made me get, nobody cares about those anymore, is the CISSP. Yeah, my dad made me get Microsoft certifications when I was in my teens. Actually, don't put it on my resume, because the problem is, and I've run into this, people were thinking I was in my 40s when I was in my, like, mid-20s. And it works in both ways, because one, they're surprised to see that you're this young and you have that experience, and the other way is age discrimination. I know it's illegal, but it's a thing. It's the same thing as, like, after a certain point in time, you want to cut off your oldest jobs because you don't want to make it look like you've been in the field too long. It's weird. They put out a laptop with replaceable GPUs. The old models now allow to just switch GPUs now. So the thing is, that's actually not new. I remember OCZ, that's a company a lot of you probably don't remember. I forgot who they turned into. OCZ had a laptop kit. I want to show this off before we actually start getting into some videos. So I had this kit my dad gave me years ago. From OCZ, the DIY 17A2. So here's the manual for it. Like, look at that. That's a chonker. I used to have that customized with, like, a really cool applique and decal I had custom made. You had this chonker of a battery. Like, it was thick. It was thick. So, the interesting thing was that it was a bare bones PC. It was a bare bones laptop. So, you had to put your drives in. It basically just came with the motherboard and the GPU. And the battery and, you know, all the bare essentials you need there. So you'd have to add your own disks. You could do RAID 0 on the laptop. I had one SSD and then one SATA HDD in there. And then you could have ATI Crossfire in there, which I did. So I had, I want to say it was a 3800 series. I can't remember exactly what. But you can see that was Crossfire, bridging two laptop GPUs together. And technically, you could upgrade that. That was one of the things they advertised. But the issue is the MXM module format was never really properly standardized like the ATX format, so you never really could get an upgrade for it. So that was the issue. Really great concept. You know, you had to add memory, you know, all this. Intel for a while was trying to, you know, do this whole, like, bare bones laptop thing. So you'd have to add your own CPU. I had a Core 2 quad in there. Like, this was beefy. You know, I remember this. This was like a gaming proper laptop. Look at that. That had Toslink in it. It had optical Toslink in a laptop. That was one of my laptops I had back in the day. But it was like a desktop replacement. You couldn't really use this as like a proper laptop because that thing was heavy. OCZ was my first SS3 drive. I've had Assist for 20 years. Most worthless cert I have. Most certs are worthless. It's the experience that matters. The only reason I got my CISSP is work paid for it, and I thought it'd be fun to go do it with a coworker, and at least I can say I have it. But some jobs do want to actually at least see it, and with someone with no college degree, at least it lets me, you know, show some stupid piece of paper they want to see. I don't know why we put so much emphasis on pieces of paper. Whether it's money or certifications, they're just pieces of paper. See you later, Antanya. Have a good night. I guess the laptop you suggested supports USB-C eGPU. Oh, nice. Also, Razer sucks ass soldered battery. Oh, they have a soldered battery? Why would you do that? Why would you solder a battery to a laptop? Like, that's one of the main components you're probably going to end up replacing to extend the life of a laptop. Because if you're using a laptop properly, you probably have to replace the battery after 3 or 4 years. Some of you might argue that, no, you don't. Well, once your battery starts getting close to like 70 or low 80% of, you know, your battery health, that's where you start noticing it's not lasting as long as you want it to. You're scared of chat control? Yeah. It is a scary thing. Contact your MEP over in the EU so that y'all would maybe stand up against this stuff. Get your buddies aware of it. I got some videos on the whole chat control thing if you want to share them around, both on TikTok and YouTube. That's the other platform's name. I use Proton VPN. Is that a good one? Yes. Which, by the way, shameless plug. I am affiliated with Proton. I personally use it. I use their email service, their password management, their VPN service, and I personally used it, especially when I was traveling overseas, so that I could still access Hulu and Netflix and all that from the States. They're pretty great. They also have a great way for you to de-Google yourself, so they have the drive and everything there that you can store your files and all that. So if you do want to get Proton, just throwing it out there. Links in bio. I'm affiliated with them. Help support the channel. Help support my work. So, yeah. I'll put the call there for the people on the Twitch and the tubes. Oh, yeah, I gotta throw the whole thing on Kick, too, I guess. UPMC is a line of PCs like laptops. Okay. What's up, Only Cans? My first laptop was a Lenovo. That's how I know you're young. My first laptop was an IBM X20. I actually talked about my first computers, if anyone's interested, on my most recent YouTube video that got released today. Which is... It's also talking about why I left PC repair and got into cybersecurity. Because years ago, long before I was making content, I thought I was going to open a PC repair business. But it's not really a profitable venture. And I feel bad for a lot of the PC repair shops out there because you can't really do just PC repair anymore. You have to pivot into MSP and cater to businesses more. Because computers are such a commodity now that for any reasonable profit to be made from fixing the average consumer's issues, they're going to look at that as too much of an expense. I'll just buy a new laptop, and then at most you're doing data transfers, and you basically make no money on that. Because you're just transferring over things, and it's so competitive. I've known so many computer shops that have shut down over the years because they can't make money on those things. But yeah, if you are interested, right here on the YouTubes, we have the death of PC repair, why I left it behind for cybersecurity. So... it's a little less than 10 minutes. Not too bad. Just kind of giving a condensed version. There's a few other videos that I go longer into it where I talk about the electrician side of things and all of that. But yeah, if you can't tell, I've been trying to push more long-form content. But my first laptop was an IBM X20, which was the first IBM laptop of the X series. My dad bought that for me. I had a Pentium 3 at a blazing fast 733 megahertz. I want to say it had 256 megabytes of RAM, but it may have had 128. My memory's kind of fuzzy, and I think it only had an 8 gigabyte hard drive with Windows 2000. I love that thing. And I wish they made laptops that small still, because I think that was like closer to 13 inches. So I use so many... Well, you shouldn't be using the N-word even as a joke. But... yeah. People are going to have to be more careful with their chatting and everything like that. Like, look, in the UK, people are getting imprisoned for just saying things online. And they may just be things that may be of a little bit of a controversial point, but I don't think they're things that are worth criminalizing. I think police resources are better spent on people that are actually violating people's rights. But, you know, what do I know? Dell soldered RAM, which I hate a lot on its models, which they copied Apple for. Well, Dell's not the only one that's done that. All of them are doing that. But it's not all models. Dell, HP, Lenovo, they all have models that have some stuff soldered into them. On the Linux side of laptops, I don't know of any ones that solder it, but I'm not saying that doesn't always happen, but yeah. The AI will think I am a criminal, fellas. Maybe. Japan has choices available. Choices on what? Did you get a flybook given to you? What's a flybook? If chat control will be in... Okay. My first laptop was a Dell. Dude, should have got a Dell. Do you remember those ads back in the day? Dude, should have got a Dell. If they push chat control to CS2, we all get arrested. Well, chat control is going to hit every single platform, period, in the EU. And a lot of people in the EU will get in trouble for the most mundane things. Maybe they have some edgy humor. And let me put it this way. I'm not saying I was always squeaky clean. Look, as a kid, I was in Halo lobbies. I was in COD lobbies. Enough said on that aspect of things. Things were said. Like, it's one of those, like, let's just go through 15 minutes of, you know, your random gaming session in childhood, and I would get canceled just like everyone else would. Because, you know, we're young, dumb, and we have dumb ideas. And we just want to be an edgelord, you know, to get attention or do whatever, shock humor, things like that. And I don't think it's right that, you know, like you have the UK criminalizing some kids for saying things that, yeah, they shouldn't have said. But you can turn it into a learning moment, not a moment to have silver bracelets on them. And the EU's going down that path too. And that's kind of scary. Because the thing is, everyone's making the excuse of, well, we're doing this to protect children. But it's never really about the children. Because most of these politicians will turn around and say, F them kids. Don't believe me? Look at all the political initiatives that actually would go to help kids. Not just, you know, protect them from CSAM, but in general, to improve a child's well-being. IG Reels are the main source. Main source of what? Where can I get that shirt? I got this at a hacking event. This is actually a shirt from a vendor, Attack D. So, they gave these out. They also were the ones that did my live, laugh, hack. I kept trying to, you know, go by and, like, because they were like, oh, you can only have one per. And I kept trying to go by and, like, make sure they didn't notice me. But on the third time, I was going to get a different shirt, which was with I'm with Pwned. They were like, you can't get another shirt. Ah! Foiled. I at least got two. Why do you think they came up with X equals AI? Probably because Elon Musk has this weird obsession with the letter X that he's had for decades, and they've actually said that back in the PayPal days. Like, a lot of people don't know, he actually tried to rebrand PayPal into X.com. And that's part of the reason he got thrown out of PayPal. Among people saying that he was horrible to work with. Gotta go with Bluetooth chatting. It's the only solution. No, that's horrible. I don't like that whole idea. And it's, I don't know why anyone thought, oh, we're just going to do Bluetooth to communicate to each other. Bluetooth is not the most secure protocol. Not only that, it has an extremely limited range. What? 30 feet from each other? Yeah. Good load of chatting you're going to be doing there. Whereas I use Meshtastic. You can at least have encryption there. It's on a whole different spectrum as well. And I can communicate with people that are miles out. I remember when I was at DEF CON, I was talking to people that were 3 or 4 miles away. Have they released the dates of DEF CON 34? Yeah. DEF CON plans like 2 years in advance. So, DEF CON 34 is... Hold on. Future dates. DEF CON 34... Wait, have they not really put the dates there? They normally did. Like, last year they had it. Hold on. Let's look at the con calendar. Because they've added so many events that normally they don't have it there. Like, I know there's now DEF CON Bahrain, there's DEF CON Singapore. Bahrain would be interesting to check out. I don't know if I would want to check out Singapore. Because a lot of the antics that we have at DEF CON just would not fly there. Interesting. They literally do not have the dates. Huh. That's a first. That's weird. I heard that soldered RAM was better power efficiency. Maybe, but there was this other standard for memory. I forget what it's called. That could supersede the whole DDR format that was even better. And the problem is when you're talking about power efficiency there, great, now I have bad memory. What do I do then? That's the thing nobody ever thinks about. Right to repair is a biznatch with it. Gateway country. What is your Linux distro? I personally use Pop! OS on this desktop. There's Debian on this little guy. Pop! OS on that laptop over there. Parrot OS on the System 76 laptop for some Red Team stuff. And then Cubes OS on the Purism laptop. So, mix and match. And then I also have a sprinkling of Ubuntu and Debian and Red Hat around my lab. They will take out fun with chat control. We will be talking like politicians. Yes, how do you do, my good sir? I'm coming over here to give you this lovely grenade. Oh, my sir, here is a tea bag for you. That's how it's gonna be. What was the Red Team OS? Parrot OS. Are you politically same now as you're a teenager? Hell no! Let me put it this way. If you put teenage me and current me in the same room, current me would have been strangling teenage me. There were a lot of dumb ideas I had, even as late as my mid-20s, where I look back and I'm like, why the hell did I ever believe that? Like, no joke. I've been open about this. I almost slipped into the alt-right pipeline. But thankfully, I had a grandfather that even though he was, conservative, but he was like that classic conservative, he, more like, I guess you could say, classical liberal, if anything. He actually kept me on the straight and narrow. It was, I really have to credit my grandfather, may he rest in peace, with, straightening me out, from slipping into that. Oh, you'd be surprised how often that happens to a lot of people. It's the same thing as the YouTube flat Earth pipeline. Look, there's just a lot of things, and when you're younger, you're young and dumb, and you're very impressionable, and you think you know everything about the world, and then you connect these weird dots together to be like, oh, these are the solutions for everything, and you really don't know anything. That's why I actually, try to be sympathetic to the people that fell into the trap of, what's the schmuck's name? The one that was human trafficking people, all that. and then swindled a whole bunch of people, Hustler University. Was it Tate something? That dude? But yeah. Yeah, that him. I actually feel sorry for a lot of his followers. Because they really don't know better. And a lot of them fell into the trap of, you're desperate, you're young, you don't know how to get out of this rut in your life for whatever reason. It could be financial, it could be emotional, it could be, you know, there's so many different other things that go into it. And that's why I, like, don't try to hate on these people. And I've even talked to a few and, you know, convinced them of, like, hey, look, he's not that great. He's not that great. You just got to go work on yourself. And working on yourself means, yeah, I do agree with him. Go to the gym, but also go to therapy. A lot of people need to find a good therapist. And I know that's kind of hard. And, you know, that's one issue with this country where we don't have enough access to a lot of the care that we need, both physical and mental. But I think a lot of people are just reaching out for help in different ways and don't know what they can do to fix the world, and they grasp onto whatever they can. And a lot of times, it ends up being the wrong thing. That's the same way I look at, like, MAGA. Do I agree with MAGA? No. But I think a lot of them are, you know, really great people in their heart. They just don't know what they don't know. And they're lost as well. Should I use the cybersecurity in a VM or do a VM in a Cubes OS? Just do a straight VM, because Cubes OS is a little bit more extra steps if you're trying to do that kind of thing than that. But yeah. Hey, Rack. How's it going in Spain? Elliot found a great one. I was lucky to find a good one. She was a former cybersecurity. Nice. My pleasure. And of course, if you need help, you know, you're more than welcome to join the Discord and Matrix servers we have. The links are in bio for all of you guys. And of course, if you're over on the tubes and the Twitch and the Kicks and all that, there's links for all of you. The Discord's open to everyone of all levels of skill. We're there to learn, grow as a community. And there's a little over 1,000 people in there. And it's, you know, I mean, there's an ebb and flow because a lot of the people in there have actual jobs and, you know, we're doing our thing. But there's some good information and great people in there that help out each other. And I learn a few things in different projects and all that. So I believe very much in community, making everyone better. And yeah. You lost audio. Parrot OS was the one I was talking about for cybersecurity. For the red teaming stuff. It's better than Kali because it's actually meant to be a daily use operating system. You can actually get Parrot OS without all the ethical hacking tools, but you can also get it with all the ethical hacking tools and then still use it as your everyday operating system if you really want to do it. It's based on Debian, if I recall correctly. Yeah, it's Debian. So it's very compatible with a lot of things out there. Like, if you want, like, you can even turn it into your gaming OS, install Steam on it, just get your drivers going, and good go. Most kids use TikTok or other social media as a therapist. They should listen to, which is devastating. Yeah, and that, I think that's a problem as well, because like I said, people are reaching out for whatever they can to get their head on right, but the problem is there's a lot of influencers out there that are just spewing BS. That is the unfortunate reality, and I don't know how we can fix it, except for saying that we need accessibility to better services to, you know, like, I mean, some people might disagree with me on this. I do believe that there should be a safety net for everyone, and it shouldn't just be, oh, unemployment. I think there should be some base level of healthcare, similar to what Portugal does. Because when I was in Portugal, I learned about their healthcare system. Everyone has health insurance out there. You can get private insurance to get access to a doctor, much more speedy, but everyone has access to healthcare. There's a base healthcare. And then no one's going broke because of medical procedures. So, like, you go to a doctor to get the faster diagnosis or anything like that, and it's not arm-breaking in terms of the cost there. And then you go into the public hospital systems to get the procedures and everything like that. Yeah, in your country, healthcare is free. And I think that should be something that should be done. Because here's the thing. The United States pays more in healthcare per person than any other country, and yet we have some of the worst issues. Have you ever tried CSI Linux? No. What's a good laptop for cybersecurity? I think I'm thinking of going to college. Okay, so if you do go to college, my advice for a lot of people, you can go one of two ways with this. Now, I'm going to give you my reasoning for why one option and the other option. All right, bear with me. I recommend a lot of people get a Lenovo ThinkPad for college. Here's why. I know a lot of people are going to say, why you get all these Linux first laptops? Here's why. You can buy a Lenovo ThinkPad and get a 5-year warranty on that. And that laptop will last you all of college. And a lot of people will say, well, I'll just get a MacBook. No, you will actually find out how much you're going to be screwed using a Mac in your cybersecurity courses or any tech things and a lot of that. But you can get a 5-year warranty from them, which covers a lot of things. And you can even get the on-premise part of the warranty, where they'll actually send a tech out to you to fix your laptop. Worst case scenario, if it's something they can't fix on the spot, they can depot it and get it back to you next day. So that's why I recommend the Lenovo. Dell and HP do have similar options too. I heard they discontinued the Dell XPS or something like that, but that's a laptop I used to use. HP has some, but you know, like the HP can be kind of iffy. They have their good years and their bad years. They used to be really fantastic. But Lenovo's generally the one that I recommend to most people. Now, if you're really gung-ho on getting a pure Linux laptop, System 76 and or Tuxedo computers, and max out the warranty. But their warranty is 3 years, and you have to send the laptop in. And there can be a long time between getting your laptop sent and get back to you repaired, whereas Lenovo will lead to the least amount of downtime. So that's why I recommend those. Now, of course, if you're in a pinch and you need a laptop now, like you can't afford a lot, Dell and Lenovo refurbished laptops are great. You can actually go to dellrefurbished.com, get official laptops refurbished by Dell. Now, granted, they only have, I think, like a 30 or 90-day warranty, but you can pick them up for a few $100. But if you can, drop the investment. I know this sounds like a lot of money to a college kid. $1,500 to, $2,500 on a laptop with a 5-year warranty, it will pay for itself. Because if you get a 5-year warranty to last you through school, you won't have to worry about another laptop if anything happens to it. You get the accidental damage protection plan on it, you're pretty much golden. Now, the only thing you have to remember is back up your stuff on top of it. And this will be great because if you are one of those person that, does want to stick with Windows for whatever reason, I'm not going to shun anyone that does that, even though you do need to sacrifice your firstborn on the altar of Steve Ballmer and Bill Gates. You can at least run Windows on, Lenovo easily. But you can also run Linux very well on a Lenovo laptop. So whether you're doing Windows with Windows subsystem for Linux on top of Windows to do a lot of your stuff with some virtual machines, and the other thing I will tell you is get the professional version of Windows if you do need to get Windows on your computer. Here's why. You get Hyper-V, which is the better hypervisor for virtual machines than VirtualBox. Because as we talked about earlier in the stream, if you didn't come in earlier, we had the Type 1 and Type 2 hypervisor. If I remember off the top of my head, Type 2 is sitting on top of the operating system. That's a VirtualBox. And then it has to interact with the operating system to access system resources. Type 1, if I recall correctly, goes directly to the hardware. So a Type 1 can actually be much faster. What version of Lenovo ThinkPad? So that's going to be dependent upon, one, your budget and your preferences. The X series is nice for mobility. The T series is pretty solid as well. The E series is cost effective. And then I think the P series is, the P series I would recommend primarily if you're going into being an engineer. Like, you need high precision, because that's where you can start getting like the NVIDIA Quadro and professional grade cards with double precision and all the fun stuff that you'll probably want when you do SolidWorks and AutoCAD and all that stuff. But I wouldn't generally just say go out for a P series. Why would I want Linux? All I do is game, Internet Explorer, and movies. Do you see I have Steam over here? Do you see I have Steam? I do all my gaming on Linux. Doesn't impede my ability to play a bunch of games. I was playing, was it the Hollow Knight Silk song? The one that came out? Played that day zero. I got Borderlands 4 coming out. We'll probably be playing that on Friday, because I'm taking a day off. So, because I was going to, you know, finally install the antennas as I talked about for my ham Radio Shack. And I was going to take the rest of the day to enjoy Borderlands 4 because it comes out that day. So I was thinking we are going to watch that together or play that together. Asahi Linux, that's primarily on Mac. The issue with Asahi Linux, again, not hating on anyone doing the Asahi project. It's a great project, great idea. I love that they're, you know, using Mac hardware to get Linux running on. I'm not by any means shunning that. The problem is, by virtue of it being Mac hardware, there's a lot of optimizations and things there that are not yet there. So it can be workable, but there still has to be a lot of work done to get that hardware to fully work as you would want it to. So that's my only issue with it. In Lithuania, free healthcare, crashed my bike, blacked out, and they fixed for free. Yeah, I remember. Healthcare was also pretty cheap when I was in Germany. I used to live in Germany. Had to go get my medication and a bunch of other things. I literally paid, I think, like a couple €100 to get all my medications, see a doctor, get some tests done and everything. There was a lot of stuff. I don't even think it was €200. I think it was like closer to 100. 150. But yeah. Had no idea was following, saw home, could not resist. Well, welcome home, man. Okay, so this is a man versus woman intellectual thing? No. No. I don't know where you're getting that. I believe everyone is equally smart and equally dumb, regardless of your gender. Everyone has the same capacity for both great decisions and great choices and stupid decisions. I don't think your genitalia being internal or external facing has any differentiation also on your capability on being in the tech field, or many other fields. There's a reason a lot of orgs only buy Lenovo ThinkPads. Yeah, I totally agree with that. I used to deploy a lot of things, companies with that, but the issue was when I was supporting a few government contractors, they were not allowed to use Lenovo because U.S. government contractors regularly are required to use American-based companies, so we would normally deploy Dell in those situations. But yeah, Lenovo, great. I like their stuff. Though I personally rock a System 76 Tuxedo computers, MNT, and I would probably get a Nova Custom to replace my Purism laptop. Be that as it may. I'm in EU, hope Russia is like the best. Jesus. From Ireland, also in the EU, I hope it doesn't go through. Oh, you're talking about the EU chat control. Yeah. I hope it doesn't go through, because that's really going to mess up a lot of things for y'all. And the interesting thing is, the EU chat control, doesn't that violate Articles 7 and 8 of the EU Charter, as well as GDPR? Like, wouldn't you actually have to give a disclosure that your data is being given to the government? MacBook RAM pricing is insane, especially if you need to run VMs. Oh yeah, it's been insane for years. That's one of the reasons why I got away from using a Mac as my primary laptop, because you used to actually have Macs be decently cost effective. You'd buy the base laptop with the CPU you needed. You get a Core i7, or back in the day, the PowerPC G5 with whatever you needed. Then you would go out to Micro Center, buy the memory you needed. It'd be like 1/3 the cost of what Apple would charge you. Buy the hard drive you actually want to install. Same situation. Half or 1/3 the cost. And you could possibly even get a faster drive, because a lot of times they'd stick like a 4200 or 5400 RPM drive in there. And a 7200 RPM HDD is even going to be a little bit faster. Of course, this is back in the days when SSDs weren't as common. And you could even, if you wanted, take the DVD drive out of the old MacBooks and put another hard drive in there. There were kits for that. How to deal with persistent malware infection SSD. Well, if it can't be wiped by reformatting it, then you need to do a hard reset with a hammer. How can I secure my Linux, like online web protection, AV, and so on? Last question, I promise. So, you don't really have... Let me figure out how to phrase this. You don't have to worry about security as much as you do Windows, because Windows, the easy thing to explain it is Windows has everything enabled by default, and you have to remove things to lock it down. Linux already has most of the things locked down. There are many guides out there to harden your operating system. Your specific one, like Ubuntu guides, Red Hat guides, things like that. It depends on all that. And there's going to be things where you can modify in system control, like blocking bogons, Martians, and yeah, we actually use that as an actual technical term. Things like that. Make sure your IP tables, your firewall basically, is a little bit more restrictive. If you're doing servers, instead of username and password, use SSH keys, things like that. So, but you don't have to worry about antivirus in the ways that you do with Windows. Not saying there aren't critters that can infect Linux. They're just not as popular. Now, I think at one point, and I've said this before, when Linux does actually get to be more popular, you will start to see a proliferation of more malware that hits desktop Linuxes. The same way as Mac started getting malware as more people started using it. But most of the antivirus on Linux machines is to protect the Windows machines that are connecting to it. But yeah, you don't really need to worry about antivirus and stuff like that in the same ways as Windows. But if you do want to add additional sandboxing, things like that, I install everything with at least a flat pack. Some things I put into a virtual machine. Flat pack is basically a way to contain an application with a little bit of sandboxing optionally too, and it makes it easier to be portable between machines. Now, you'll probably hear with Ubuntu a thing called snap packages. I'm not a big fan of snap packages because snap is more specific to Ubuntu, whereas Flatpak is more universal across Linux. Does SSH flag a firewall on a VM server for IT and system? No, SSH is just port 22. It's just a standard connection. SSH is used across businesses and stuff like that. I use it at work all the time. And then I use my SSH key to be able to log into those devices. So often when I'm terraforming servers to be deployed, like say on AWS, I'm actually dropping my public key in there as part of the Terraform infrastructure as code. And then I'm able to access that box once it's actually spun up through my SSH key. And I often have different SSH keys for different devices. I'm thinking about downloading Arch and getting tools for pen testing. Should I just get Black Arch? No, what you should do, X, is not consider downloading Arch unless you're not the type to touch grass and your parents didn't give you enough attention, so now you have to go seeking attention from random people on the internet with your riced out desktop. Generally speaking, I recommend most people that are trying to do ethical hacking just get Parrot OS. It's pretty much got everything set up out of the box. Just install it. Have a nice day. It's pretty straightforward. Can you go with Black Arch? Sure. I'm not saying no. I'm just saying if you're just like thinking about options, just start with Parrot OS. See what you think about that. Because the thing is, when you're talking about Arch, if things, you know, mess up, you're going to be spending a lot of time trying to fix it. Whereas Parrot OS, it's bundled based on Debian. It's tried and trusted and compiled in ways that the community can look at it a little bit better. I know you have the R repository, but trust me, I've had some doozies on the R repository that haven't, you know, should have never passed QA. But yeah. I hate lasagna too, and spaghetti both should be illegal. Oh, Hans likes secondhand Fujitsu laptops. We don't see Fujitsu as much anymore in the States. Is it wrong to use Arch? No, it's not wrong. I just like to touch grass, and my parents gave me plenty of attention growing up. That's all. I will never stop ragging on the Arch community. Look, I used to use Arch, but then I went outside. Is Arch your arch nemesis? Oh, good one. Good one. That was not what I meant to hit.
Emotional, damn it!
Alright, let's look at a couple of videos here before we get into the gaming on Linux and stuff like that. So I saw a couple of videos that I actually wanted to take a look at. I don't know if we're going to be seeing all of them tonight. I'm trying to save some for Wednesday's stream as well as the possible one on Friday. How do I not fall into that category while using Arch? Well, it's very simple. You go outside, look at the sunshine, and realize you have things to do. And there are other operating systems that'll save you so much time. What is the most secured Samsung OS you can think I can use? Are you using... Well, Samsung OS, I mean, they don't really have options, but yeah. Okay, so there was a, let me get my, pipe wire set up so y'all can hear my audio, because I just rebooted this computer before the stream. So there was an interesting video here. I haven't seen this video yet, not familiar with the creator here, but it's WGU Cybersecurity Degree Controversy. I always hear things about the WGU and everything like that. Let's see what they say about this. Okay, so it's about a 10-minute video.
You might have seen my WGU video on my other channel, or maybe you haven't, but there's a lot of controversy happening right now surrounding the video that I made about WGU, and it's really just all because of the title. Most people did not actually watch the video. The title was WGU Cybersecurity Degree is Useless, but they didn't watch the video. And I kind of want to just break down what that's about and why I have two different channels, because I don't think people even realize.
Can you use graphene? No, you can't use graphene on the Samsung. You'd have to get a Pixel.
Videos videos in the past talking about how tech professionals, people who already work in tech, can move up in their career, how they can make more money in their career, skills that they need, resume advice, LinkedIn advice, any type of advice that was for tech professionals already working. I would get all types of crazy comments on this page. I'd get comments like, how does this help me? I have no tech experience. Hey, this doesn't apply to me. I'm still trying to get my foot in the door in tech. So I decided to make a completely different channel called Simone B Rank Up in Tech. And so that channel is not for people who aren't working in tech yet, even though a lot of people are going to still see those videos and just assume that I'm just talking about people not working in tech. So I just wanted to get that out of the way. So if you do already work in tech, definitely go subscribe to my other channel. That's a great channel for you to learn a lot of information on how you can move up in your tech career. And I have a completely free GovTech course for GovTech professionals on that channel as well. Now, with all of the
ain't gonna catch me working in government tech. I'd be chewing out too many people.
I'm gonna fully break down my framework on how I believe that you should actually use WGU and how you can use it to excel in your career, even if you have no experience. And I'll probably drop in some nuggets about how you can utilize WGU if you have experience and what it's actually good for. If you haven't grabbed your ticket yet for GovTechCon 2025, now is the time to do it. We have a virtual aspect to the conference where you can attend virtually.
I'm sorry, but
resume, and your resume will be seen by recruiters, and the ticket is 50% off for the virtual tickets. Use code YT50 to take 50% off your virtual ticket and grab a $50 ticket today. If you want to learn more about the conference, visit www.govtechcon.com. Links in the description to buy your ticket. If you aren't already familiar with my 6-figure GovTech career framework,
it's a Garfield reference, the lasagna thing.
Tweet that I pulled up. I've been using this framework forever now, and this is what I actually teach to people. So step 1.
Okay, oh, they're gonna go through it. I was gonna read that.
And get a role that will sponsor you for a clearance. Step 2, get hands-on experience, shadow your colleagues, and get 1 to 2 more tech certifications that your company will pay for. Step 3, job hop to a higher paying role that will upgrade your clearance, and job hop every 12 to 18 months.
Here's the problem with this. A lot of companies, and I've looked into this, don't want to sponsor clearance. They want to see that you already have it if the position requires it. We were actually talking about this at work because one of my buddies there, he has a clearance, and they've been talking about it for different contracts they have to do. And I think, unless I misheard them, they said the wait's like about a year or so at this point. Like, they have a huge backlog. I could have been mishearing him, but he said, like, it's not just like, oh, you can just do the thing. So a lot of businesses that want clearance are then going to not want to really... It's this weird thing where most of the people that want to do GovTech are good, you know, and like these jobs that are going to require clearance usually have to come straight out of the military to do it. So,
as a bonus, let the company pay for your WGU degree. Now, I'm not going to go too deep into the framework in this video, but if you all comment below and let me know if you want me to go into my 6-figure career framework, just let me know in the comments and I'll make a video for you all. To really use
wait, what'd she say? Yeah, get hands-on experience, shadow colleagues, and get 1 to 2 certs. You can get a lot of hands-on experience by home labbing. A lot of people overlook that. Home labbing is actually a great way. GitHub. The important thing is, like, oh, don't just do the thing. Document the thing. Document your journey. And I know a lot of people are going to say, what about a YouTube? What about, you know, all this? Here's the problem. Employers are not usually going to want to spend the time to go through YouTube videos and all that. They may like look through YouTube and, you know, maybe like TikTok's finally coming around to being respected a little bit. But the reality is a WordPress or another kind of blog, write up your stuff that you're doing in a home lab. Trust me, I used to have a blog many years ago before I like took it down because I didn't touch it for years. It's a great way to do it. It helped me get my job. When I was between jobs, if you remember about a couple of years ago, I was still making content. I actually made a WordPress blog. It's still up. You can find it, chiefgeek3d.com. And I wrote a couple of articles, and they were primarily about the automations I made. But because they were in article format, I could share them on my resume, and that gave me points to show I not only taught myself Python, but I was dealing with API, and because of the virtue that my employer saw automation as part of that, the little Twitch to Mastodon automation, I beat out people that actually were more qualified than me on paper. Because a lot of employers, the great ones, are going to look at passion over pieces of paper. That's the reality thing. Pieces of paper will get you through the HR gatekeeper. They won't get you through the technical interviews. That's the honest truth. They give kids out. Wait, I saw a comment in here. I am the clearances just don't just grow on trees. LOL. Unless you're prior military, it's really hard to get sponsored. Yeah, I agree. I actually tried to look into that, and not only that, you have to have a squeaky clean background. Like, I think when my dad was explaining to me his clearance that he got, he's former Air Force. He used to do laser research. He did, I've talked about it. He did Fortran for the Hubble telescope shutters in Fortran, in Fortran to get them, you know, adjusted and all that. I actually talk about it in my most recent video. When he was getting interviewed, they had to interview his family. Not only that, when he was marrying my mom, they had to interview and background check her. Like, it's not the easiest thing in the world. People don't understand. It's so hard to gain, but it's easy to lose. But yeah, so I do have to, like, give a point of contention here. You're not going to find a lot of roles that are going to sponsor clearance. They are few and far between. Go to the military, basically. Almost every single person I know that has a secret or top secret clearance got it through the military. And then they kept it up. And then job hop to a higher paying role that will upgrade your clearance. Job hopping is not as easy as a lot of people make it out to be these days. Right now, a lot of people are trying to get their foot in the door. And there's an issue with the market right now. I was reading up that we may have more people looking for jobs than jobs that are available because of the uncertainty in the market right now. Thanks to a certain carrot-colored person we're not going to get into.
As a bonus,
yeah.
Let the company pay for your WGU degree. Now, I'm not going to go to
some companies will pay a little bit, but they won't pay for the whole thing.
Below and let me know if you want me to go into my 6-figure career framework. Just let me know in the comments and I'll make a video for you all. To really use WGU to excel in your career, I personally do not believe that WGU is a school that you go to if you have no experience yet. It's much better for you to go to WGU after you already landed a role. And the reason being is because, especially with the cybersecurity degree, it is full of a bunch of certifications. And what a lot of people don't know is that if you go out and already get a couple of the certifications that are required in the degree, they will count that as your credit towards your degree. So
that is interesting to learn.
Process and start going through your WGU degree and you have not even gotten a job yet. You can literally go and get the Security Plus certification, the CYSA Plus certification.
Isn't WG specifically for working people?
For the A+ as well for some people that
I hear good and bad things,
which can slow down your process exponentially. So if you have to go and you decide, hey, I'm gonna go straight into WGU and go straight for this bachelor's in cybersecurity, and you don't have a job yet, you're going to be spending a lot of time working on these certifications. I've seen people.
Okay, let's pause for another second here. I know I'm pausing a lot in this video, but I feel like I have to give some context here. It's not just WGU that you shouldn't go for, or it's really anything with the cybersecurity career or pathway. I generally don't recommend people get degrees in cybersecurity. Here's why, okay? Before you crucify me, okay? Cybersecurity, there's a misnomer that there are entry-level jobs. I've talked about this many times, and many other people have talked about this. And I know a lot of people get upset when I say, then why do they call it entry-level? Well, it's the same thing as, like, a doctor doesn't become an oncologist or a cardiologist or an orthopedist or anything overnight. They work their way up in their career from residency to however they go up in that field. And then eventually you get to the point where you can get into that specialty. And then you're at an entry level of a specialty. Do you understand what I'm saying? But it's still requiring all that prior knowledge before you can even get to this point. And WGU and all these other, cybersecurity degrees, I feel like they do a disservice to a lot of people because they come out of college thinking, I'm prepared for the world of cybersecurity. And most jobs in cybersecurity are going to say, but you don't have 1 to 3 years of field experience. I'm not saying it's impossible. I'm saying it's improbable. And then it's so disheartening that people go through this and then they realize they spent all this time and no one takes them seriously because I got to get more experience to get the job, but I have to get the job to get the experience. And then get the soul-crushing answer that I often have to give people, which is you have to start at the bottom. You got to start at help desk and all these other things. You didn't do your internships. You didn't do the base, work that you have to do to build up this career. So, yeah.
People take up to 12 months just getting the A+, Security Plus, and the CYSA Plus certification. And at that same time, while you're at WGU, a lot of people aren't getting internships while they're working at the school. Now, my belief...
Okay, she touched on something I was bringing up. Okay, good.
I went to college for computer science, and I have a lot of different friends that are successful after going to college as well. The best way for you to do college is for you to get internships the entire time. So if you're an adult and you're looking to transition in your career and you don't get your first job in tech until after you finish your WGU degree, according to WGU, I believe it takes on average people 24 to 36 months to get their degree. And if you end up waiting until after you get your degree, that means it's going to take you another 2 or 3 years just to start working. The big mistake that I see people make with WGU who don't have any experience is they start going to the school and they don't get any internships while you're in school. Now, I went to college and a lot of people seem to forget that, but I went to school for computer science. I have a bachelor's in computer science. While in school, I had a different internship every single year, and I graduated with 7 different job offers, and I was able to literally just have my pick at whatever federal government agency I wanted to work at or whatever government contractor company I wanted to work at. So I definitely know what I'm talking about when it comes to best practices on getting a job from going to school for a degree. So you really have to ask yourself, are you trying to start working in your career as soon as possible, or are you looking to go to WGU and then get a job after you finish working at WGU? Now, don't get me wrong, this doesn't mean that you can't get internships while working at WGU. I just see a lot of people not doing this. I see a lot of people just waiting until after they graduate and then they struggle.
Okay, she's touching on the point that I brought up.
Have any tech experience.
Exactly. Okay.
You could have been working in your career in maybe like a help desk job or IT support job or maybe even data center technician job. I've seen some
what did I say?
Go straight into networking jobs as well. And you can start working these different jobs just by getting 1 or 2 certifications, the Security Plus and maybe the CCNA as well. And you can start working. And the nice thing about working at these companies is good companies will pay for your degree. So that's how you can also get your degree for free, by going and getting a job first in your career and then letting the companies pay for it. I'm a big believer in having companies.
I had my company pay for my CISSP.
And I don't believe that you need to go out there and try to get as many certifications as possible. On top of that, paying for degrees out of your own pocket as well. And this is just my opinion and what I've seen with people who have attended WGU. I see it all the time on TikTok. I see it all the time all over social media. People struggling to find jobs at the end. So I just want people to just see a different approach of how you can utilize WGU. And a big thing that I haven't even really touched on yet is that when it comes to colleges, you have to realize that all colleges aren't created equal. There are some colleges that you can have on your resume that when a recruiter sees it, they automatically get excited. So for example, I went to VCU, which is Virginia Commonwealth University. When I was in school, no recruiter was excited to see VCU on a resume. They didn't even know what it was at the time until we
let's pause for a sec. I got a couple questions here. So where's the best place to get entry-level IT roles? Painted is asking. So I generally recommend help desk, like she was talking about, data center technician. There's entry-level roles, but also MSPs, managed service providers, huge benefit. Because often they will give chances to people that are starting out and have at least a little bit of understanding of the tech. And you get to wear a lot of different hats and get exposure to a lot of different things. When I was working in an MSP, I would be doing end user desktop support. I'd be doing servers. I'd be doing networking. I'd be doing firewalls. I'd be doing, I'd be touching so many different aspects of things. So MSPs are a great place as well, but they will be a little bit more demanding because you're doing a lot of gear switching, context switching. You're going to have to handle a lot of different clients' environments and deal with different stakeholders. So not everyone enjoys MSP. I know I enjoyed it for a time, but then you start to get burned out with it after a while. Some people like it. I personally moved on from it, but MSPs are a great thing as well. Can you get the CISSP without the experience requirement? You can get Associate of CISSP, which means you pass the test. And then as long as you're paying your dues and then get the experience requirement, then you get the CISSP in full. So, yeah.
Went to the Final Four. But I had friends that went to UVA in Virginia Tech, and anytime recruiters saw their resumes, they literally would get excited. They would get a lot more opportunities just because of the name of the school. Now, WGU is a school that companies do recognize, that the government even recognizes, but it's not going to get any recruiter excited. So you have to just understand that.
Yeah, the same issue as with ITT and a few other universities back in the day.
I have a bachelor's, right? Especially with WGU being pretty much all certifications. You do not have instructors. You do not have anybody teaching you the information. You don't have labs or anything like that. You're getting certification.
You really don't have that?
So I think that's
wow.
WGU.
I didn't know that.
You want to get your degree and certification at the same time? Great. Go to WGU. That's a great idea. It works well. But there are better ways and faster ways for you to make that transition into your career and save you money at the same time. And I also want to note that I'm one of the few creators on YouTube that...
Wait, did I mishear her when she said, like, you don't have instructors? I just want to make sure.
That some degrees are really just to get that check mark and say, hey, I have a bachelor's, right? Especially with WGU being pretty much all certifications. You do not have instructors. You do...
Okay, I did hear her right. I did not know that about WGU. One of the advantages I would consider of going to college is you can pick the brain of the person that's, running the class to give you some insights and knowledge and possibly pick up a mentor along the way. So then what is really the advantage of WGU? That's a puzzler.
Really shines. You want to get your degree and certification at the same time? Great. Go to WGU. That's a great idea. It works well. But there are better ways and faster ways for you to make that transition into your career and save you money at the same time. And I also want to note that I'm one of the few creators on YouTube that...
Oh, there's still instructors per course? Okay.
I turn down universities all of the time because I want to be able to say my own opinion and how I feel about these programs. So that makes me different from a lot of these other creators. So just keep that in mind when you're thinking about the opinions that I've had. I've never taken any type of money for sponsorship on any of my YouTube channels. So just keep that in mind when you're viewing my videos, that these are all my opinions and my opinions only. And this is what I've done to excel in my career. And this is also the framework that people that have learned from me have applied to their career. And most of them are making six figures as well. So this video was really to clear everything up about what happened with WGU and people being upset about the video title. I really do find it funny. You gotta watch videos to actually hear the information and hear what people are saying about it. It got a lot of thumbs downs too, and it's fine, right? I put these videos out because I want to put out my opinion, my thoughts in what actually works in the job market today. And if you want to hear my thoughts on how WGU is good for tech professionals already working in tech, just go watch the other video. The link will be in the description below. And that wraps up this video.
I mean, she had some good points on things like that, but I think there's also, like I said, the MSP thing I think could have been mentioned. There was also, like I said, the misnomer of, oh, just find a job that'll sponsor you for clearance. Almost every job that wants clearance is going to be asking you to already have it. And as some people in chat confirmed, there's about a year wait. So, yeah. But, yeah, I thought it was an overall decent video. Just a couple points that I would probably have some contention with, disagreement. But overall, I mean, I agree with it. I mean, everyone's allowed their own opinion. We can agree to disagree. We have different perspectives, different lived experiences and life experience and field experience. So if it worked for her, great. But I can tell you from my own experience, getting a top secret clearance, that ain't going to be easy. As much as they would like it to believe, like you to believe, unless you go to the military, you have to be pretty fortunate to find a position that does that. But continuing on. So, this was another, excuse me, I'm drinking this little lychee drink over here. Let's look at the system that could replace binary and change computers.
What if every chip and every device you own, your phone, your laptop, even the servers hosting this video, were built on the wrong foundation? What if instead of zeros and ones, we used zeros, ones, and twos?
Okay, he's gonna have to explain this one.
A small group of Soviet scientists asked that same question, and what they invented still has the potential to change computing forever. Computers today use binary to represent information, which is a base 2 number system. This means each digit or bit can only take 2 values, 0 or 1. To represent larger numbers, we chain these bits together and each one carries a weight based on the power of 2. Think of it like a light switch. Off is 0, on is 1.
Right.
Now imagine lining up billions of these switches in a row, each one representing a tiny piece of information.
Right.
By flipping them in the right order, you can describe anything. A number, a letter, even the pixels of this video. At the hardware level, that's all computers do. They manipulate large strings of zeros and ones at incredible speeds. But this isn't some recent innovation. The roots of binary stretch all the way back to the 16th century. But wait, before you click off, don't worry. I'm not going to give you an entire history lecture. I just want to talk about one specific invention, maybe the most important one of all time. The transistor.
Right.
It was invented in 1947 and it allowed the creation of binary logic circuits. With that, modern computing began. Billions of transistors built everything from the very first calculators all the way to the supercomputers of today. To summarize, binary has a lot of history behind it, but you see, it's not perfect. The base 2 system wasn't chosen because it was the best. It was chosen because it was convenient at the time. Even to this day, electrical systems are very noisy. Therefore, distinguishing between a growing number of voltage thresholds becomes increasingly harder the more we have. Let me visualize that for you. If you have to differentiate between just 2 values, the tolerance threshold is quite large, and even with a fluctuating input, you can reliably digitalize the signal. But by increasing the number of values that are to be identified, that threshold gets smaller and smaller until eventually the signal is jumping all over the place.
That's interesting. Never thought about that.
And therefore binary won by default. They were simply more convenient and reliable at the time. And it worked. Transistors are the most produced human artifact in the history of mankind, with over 13 sextillion transistors produced so far. That's 13 with 21 zeros behind it. So far, the binary system has carried us through the technological revolution. But what if in reality we were just settling? And this is where ternary computing comes into play. It is based on 3 states instead of 2. And here we have to make an important distinction.
I've heard some people talk about this, but
unbalanced ternary uses
I've never really looked into it.
1 and 2, a direct extension of binary. Balanced ternary, on the other hand, uses -1, 0, and +1.
Interesting.
Metric around 0, which is a very useful mathematical property, as you will see in a moment. In fact, it was called the prettiest number system of all by Donald Knuth, the recipient of the 1974 Turing Award. Balanced ternary has some really elegant properties. Subtraction is just flipping signs. Negative numbers are integrated directly into the number system. It's cleaner, it's more robust.
That actually makes sense.
Surprisingly efficient. As it turns out, base 3 might even be the most efficient number base of all. To demonstrate why, I will try to faithfully restate the argument made by Brian Hayes in his paper, The Third Base. How should we go about measuring the cost, meaning efficiency, of a number representation? If we just went with the most obvious assumption, we could say that the higher the base, the better. For example, in base 1000, we can represent numbers from 0 to 999 in a single digit.
Right.
The problem is the single digit can be any of the 1000 symbols, all of which have to be reliably recognizable. Now, if we go to the opposite end of the spectrum, there lies the unary or base 1 system. To represent the number 1000 in unary, we would have to write one type of symbol 1000 times. Minimizing the
I think
number
we've
of
all done that as a
digits
kid
causes
in
the
line
alphabet of possible
cutting,
symbols to
you
explode.
know, the
On the other
4
hand,
lines with the slash through
minimizing
for
the
5.
number of symbols causes the width to explode. This leads to a conclusion that we need to optimize some joint measure of numbers width, meaning how many digits it has, and also its radix or depth, namely how many symbols can occupy each digit position. Mathematically, this can be represented as follows. If r is the radix and w is the width, we want to minimize r times w while keeping r to the power of w constant. It turns out that the result of this optimization effort is the base of the natural logarithm e, also known as the Euler number.
Interesting.
Which numerical approximation is about 2.718. Because 3 is the integer closest to e, it is almost always the most economical number base. If you want to represent 1 million different numbers from 0 to 999,999, we of course need 6 digits.
Right.
In binary, we would need 20 bits to store the same range. And in ternary, we would need just 13 trits, which are the ternary equivalent of bits. You should now clearly see why picking the biggest number base is not the most optimal solution.
So it could scale a little bit better if I'm not
Ternary
mistaken.
is the most efficient number base, at least when it comes to the radix economy. Why did we stick with binary? As I mentioned at the beginning, it was mainly due to hardware limitations and better theoretical foundations at the time. Everyone went all in on binary, and once the tooling, the education and industry momentum was in place, switching became nearly impossible. But that didn't stop everyone. In 1958, a team of Soviet scientists at the Moscow State University built a working ternary computer called Saturn. According to the director of the project, Nikolai Brassenstov, it was compact, reliable and cheap, and consumed far less.
Imagine if we didn't have the Iron Curtain, what computing would look like today.
Were built and used in Soviet research institutions. Its successor, Saturn 70, was even more advanced, boasting a stack-based architecture and support for structured programming. But then it vanished. The funding for the project was pulled. It was pushed into obscurity and history simply moved on. Honestly, I could make an entire video on the Saturn project alone. It is a very
I'd watch
interesting
that.
piece of history. Let me know in the comments if this is something you'd be interested in. Also, if you made it this
saying right
far,
now, I'd
please
watch
consider
that.
subscribing, as 99% of the people who watch my videos are still not subscribed. But coming back to the topic of the video. Today, ternary is quietly making a comeback in some of the most cutting-edge fields of computer science. One of the most promising areas where ternary is reappearing is artificial intelligence. Modern deep learning models are incredibly powerful and in high demand, but they are also very resource hungry. They need huge amounts of memory, computing power, and most importantly, energy. And that's where ternary neural networks come in. Instead of using floating point numbers for every weight in a neural network, a ternary model restricts each weight to just 3 values, -1, 0 and +1. This means that multiplication, one of the most computationally expensive operations, can be eliminated entirely in many cases.
Really?
Memory usage drops dramatically and energy efficiency skyrockets. In practice, ternary neural networks can reduce energy consumption by over 3 times in comparison to traditional approaches, while still achieving similar results on image recognition and other tasks. This makes them ideal for running AI models on low-power devices such as wearables and drones without sacrificing performance. For decades, the biggest roadblock to ternary adaptation was the hardware. But that limitation is no longer absolute. Recently, researchers have successfully produced ternary chips using standard CMOS manufacturing, the very same method that is used for producing binary chips. One breakthrough design coming from South Korea called T-CMOS uses quantum
Wait, they're able to
tunneling
do
introduce a
wafers and
third logic
everything?
step
Nice.
Without the need for multiple voltage thresholds. This means ternary logic can now be produced at scale using existing industrial infrastructure while consuming less power and maintaining signal stability. This changes the equation completely. Ternary logic offers clear advantages in some domains, and it can be produced using the same factories which produce billions of standard chips today. Let me know what you think down in the comments, and if you enjoyed this video, you might also enjoy this one that you see on the screen right now. Also, consider leaving a like and subscribing to not miss future videos like this.
That was actually a really interesting video.
What if every chip...
I definitely am going to be subscribing to that, dude. Because that was really interesting. I mean, I've heard of ternary systems. I've just never really looked into it. But I've heard, you know, whisperings of like, hey, we can have, you know, 3 bits and all that. But I mean, if we're talking about the biggest issue with AI being energy consumption, and we can cut energy by what he said, what, 1/3? That's a pretty powerful system. Yeah, that was a really great video. I mean, props to him. That got me even going like, that's cool. Makes me wonder why we aren't like looking at that a little bit more. So, so the military is the best way to get a security clearance. What if you don't get in as an IT guy? Well, there's ways to get security clearances without being an IT person. There's many different jobs that require it. Well, whether you get assigned to them is a totally different thing. The only bad thing is you can't access banking apps, but Google is going away from sideloading. What, Graphene? No, I can access all my banking apps on Graphene. That's not been an issue with me. The payment systems have been an issue. Like Google Pay. Can't do Google Pay on a Graphene OS phone, but the workaround around that, get yourself a Pixel 3 watch with cell data. Have that do the Google Pay. Do you think blockchain jobs are going to be more in demand these coming years? No. No. Blockchain is an overhyped thing. Like, don't get me wrong. It has its place. There are places where blockchain makes sense. But people were overhyping blockchain years ago. And I've said blockchain is a fantastic, wonderful technology that could replace a lot of ledger systems and things like that. But I don't think it's the end-all be-all that everyone was wanting it to be or thinking it would be. A lot of the people that didn't understand tech were just like, well, you know, just put blockchain on it. I'm like, a lot of things you don't want to have blockchain. I argued with people that are like, we should build a social media network on blockchain. I'm like, no, the hell you shouldn't. Has blockchain ever been broken? Weakest link? That's not really the argument we're trying to make. It's that everything looks like a nail when you are using a hammer. That's the problem. You got to find the right tool for the right job. But yeah, that was actually a really great video over there. Props to him. So we're probably going to watch a few other videos, probably next stream. Although we will be playing Hollow Knight Silksong in a little bit too. So let's at least get one more video in. UK is banning websites. Now what happens next? So this is from Cyberwaffle. I've liked his videos so far. The only thing that I've always commented on is, and I'm not by any means hating that creator, he definitely, you know, is affiliated with private internet access. And again, former customer of private internet access until Cape Technologies acquired them, and Cape Technologies is a shisty company. PIA was an amazing company until Cape Technologies acquired them. Cape Technologies also owns CyberGhost and ExpressVPN. That's been my only complaint. No hate to this guy whatsoever. He's got to go get his bag, but I have an obligation to my audience to say, look, I know this thing about the, you know, VPN service there. And yeah, but anyway.
UK government have started banning websites in the UK. And in this video, there's a lot to get through, but one of the most insane things is that Ofcom admits it. So let's just dive right into it. Since the Online Safety Act came into effect, if websites around the world don't comply with the Online Safety Act, there is a big chance and a huge risk that they'll get banned in the UK.
This video is like focusing on him wrongly a lot. It's happened twice, I've noticed.
Implement age verification. And if they don't implement age verification within 60 days of the Online Safety Act coming into effect, those websites will be geo-blocked from the UK. Essentially, internet servers will block access to those websites, and those websites will no longer be accessible in the UK. And this, of course, has raised some big issues in the United States, with many companies going up against Ofcom saying it's absolutely insane that they're expected to comply with UK regulations when they're not based in the UK. This has been more prevalent with forums such as 4chan and social media platforms such as
that's bull.
Recently, Ofcom actually responded to a couple of these
that's some bull
with a statement, and the statement is absolutely absurd. But very quickly, if you don't want to lose access to various websites that are geo-blocked from the UK, you can use things such as VPNs. Now, I've partnered with private internet access, so if you are looking...
Again, no hate to this creator whatsoever. You get your bag. But I just have issues with private internet access since they got acquired by Cape Technologies. That's all.
And is that select content may be censored in the US due to our efforts to prevent sensitive content from being accessible to children. We strive to regulate the industry to a fair standard across the board, and our focus is to ensure we enact on the concerns related to the Online Safety Act in the best interest of the British public. So there we have it. Ofcom have admitted that the Online Safety Act censors content. The crazy thing is they're willing to discuss and have conversations with companies in the US about how their content's censored. But in the UK, Ofcom have gone the full route of denying.
Let's pause for a second, because I know some people are going to say, well, the GDPR required that. No, the GDPR required you to do, certain things if you were going to do business there. But if we're talking about sites that aren't specifically targeting European markets or have a European presence, this is overreach, because now you're extending your law beyond the sovereignty of your border.
That they're censoring content in the UK. So how is it that it censors content in the US but somehow doesn't censor content in the UK? It's because they're lying. And it's even further amplified by the Online Safety Act's own terms and conditions for not complying. If you don't comply with the Online Safety Act and you run a website or business overseas, you will be geo-blocked from the UK. Your website will not be visible to UK audiences. Yet, Ofcom are still taking the narrative to the British public that they're not censoring any content, whilst they're telling American companies that they acknowledge that they are. I don't understand how they can write this response and in the same 24-hour period issue a statement to the BBC in the UK saying that they're not censoring content. It can't be they are and they aren't at the same time. They just are. Now, back in 2014, 1 in 5 websites weren't accessible in the UK. Now, if we fast forward to 2025, 2 in 5 websites are censored in the UK.
What?
Now, to be clear, some of these websites are websites that are censored in pretty much every single country because it's just straight up inappropriate content, so that's fully understandable. But that shift in percentage from 20% to 40% is a clear indication of where the internet's going. There isn't more inappropriate content going up online in relation to other content, it's just that web filters and safety has been taken way more seriously.
Yeah, it was never about the kids.
To the point where it's become...
This was about controlling the flow of information.
The acts are a prime example.
Like, let's pause for a second, because I don't want to talk over him. 41% of websites. You cannot sit there and tell me, I know the joke is, the internet was made for P word. Don't want to get banned on the TikTok app. But you cannot sit there and tell me 41% of the internet is blatantly in violation of, the UK Online Safety Act in terms of like what, they have adult content on? This is effed. This was never about the kids, as I was saying. This is getting eerily similar to V for Vendetta when they control the flow of information. I mean, think about it. This is so messed up. I'm not one of those, rah-rah, America kind of people. I'm a cybersecurity professional that believes in digital security and privacy. But yeah, this is it is definitely closer to North Korea. You are exactly right. This is not far off from what North Korea is doing. The only difference is North Korea completely shut themselves off, had an intranet of you can only access things the government approves of in North Korea. And if you think about it, the UK isn't that far off in the grand scheme with how they do things. It's a very slippery slope that's very dangerous. And this is why I've been saying that I feel like in the coming years, we may not have the internet as we grew up with it as millennials, where we had access to the information superhighway around the world. It's going to be segmented regionally. You're already seeing that happen. You don't understand how everyone in the UK is accepting it. They're not accepting it. It's the issue of, you have the same problem in the USA. You have too many people that don't get informed, or even worse, apathetic to politics and don't vote. This is the result of people not getting involved in doing your civic duty. I know, you may not F with politics, but politics will F with you. That's the unfortunate reality of things. I hate politics. I've said that all the time. Can I talk about it? Do I understand it? Absolutely. I used to study it. I used to be one of those schmucks that actually thought they knew the answer to everything when it came to politics. And then I realized the more I was studying politics, the less I actually knew about it. The same thing in cybersecurity. It's that whole, imposter syndrome where the more you kind of learn, the less you actually realize you know. But that's the problem we have going on. This isn't just the UK. This is in the USA too. The USA, I mean, like, we talked about this in my other content, where Mississippi now has an ID law for all social media sites, period. There is a total of, I believe, 21 states in the United States that require you to ID to access mature content. And that doesn't always mean that it is but it can be things that are of mature standing there. And yeah, it is really effed up. It is really effed up the way that we are going with things. Yeah, I put that sound in specifically because I knew that there was going to be references to that. Anything the government doesn't agree with is mature content. Exactly. This was never about the kids. But the problem is, and I hate to pull a Godwin's Law here. I hate to pull a Godwin's Law. And for those of you that do not know what that specifically means, is that the longer a conversation goes on, eventually, they will resort to talking about funny mustache men aficionados. You know what I mean? Sorry. This is going to TikTok, too. I gotta watch my words. But funny mustache man did the same things, saying it's all to protect the children, to start the concentration camps, to disarm them. And all these things. I don't care what your beliefs are on, firearms or anything like that. That's the reality of what happened. I think it was called the T-34, T-38 bill or something like that. It was there. Oh, we got to, stop these guns, control them so that, we can protect children. And I hear that. I hear that argument. I can understand that argument. But that was not ultimately why they were doing it. It's the same thing with this UK Online Safety Act. It's the same thing with EU chat control. It's the same thing with the USA when it came to PIPA and SOPA years ago. It's the same thing as the Screen Act. It's the same thing as the Beard Act, the FADPA Act, all these different things that are coming out of Congress. And of course, COSA as well, the Kids Online Safety Act. It's never about the children. They may say it. Some people may actually believe it. But they are useful pawns to get whatever agenda they want to be pushed to control the information superhighway. Because think about it this way, all right? Everyone in government has ties to someone that is going to be profiting off their decisions. Remember, Facebook was spending tons of money to lobby so that they could eventually acquire or shut down TikTok. Let's remember that. They went after TikTok for years. And that was all basically at the, request of other social media companies that were threatened that they were no longer at the top of the game and somebody else was eating their lunch, and Facebook couldn't come and acquire them, as they had done with Instagram, as they had done with WhatsApp. And they're teetering now. By the way, they have legislation at Facebook for years that they've actually been looking at antitrust lawsuits and possibly breaking them up. Same thing as what should be what's going on with Google. Same thing that, they've looked at Microsoft and all these other things. It's about control. And what ultimately this isn't about protecting the kids. It's to allow certain players to win, because the players that can win are the ones that have the budgets to afford the verification systems that they're trying to put in, which then shutters smaller companies from being able to compete against them and be as innovative. That's the way I see it. But yeah. Anyway, digress. Let's go back to this.
Where content is being restricted from people where it isn't already necessarily needed. A good example of this is many different news articles. If you look at Google Analytics and Google Trends, you'll see that many different news stories, for example, the conflict that's currently happening between Israel and Gaza, the conflict that's happening between Russia and Ukraine, pretty much all news about that is ran through an algorithm and filtered by the British government. And you may be thinking, well, maybe some of these articles have, images that maybe wouldn't be appropriate for children to see. And that was my initial thought when people were telling me that they couldn't access certain web pages on BBC News, but it's not the case.
Wait, what?
Actual news stories are being removed from search results, and even going back to a month ago when I covered this on the channel, we searched for 2 news stories, both logged into a Google account and then logged out on a fresh device, and many of the news
Brother, what's that? What's that, brother?
God. I did not realize that they were delisting search results from the BBC themselves. Like, I didn't actually think about how they were controlling it that way. And it all makes sense. It's about controlling information to get it the way that they have. They want to, spin news. It's V for Vendetta. This is the freaking, beginning of the plot for V for Vendetta. If you haven't seen that movie and don't know what I'm talking about, go rewatch that movie. This is really frightening to hear that this is happening. And don't kid yourselves. I told people for years, when everybody's like, well, I'm in Europe, good luck, America. And I would always say, freedom is never more than one generation from being challenged and or taken away. It is very hard to keep, but very easy to lose. And now look at what Europe's going through. The chat control, the UK Online Safety Act. They're now facing things that were actually, in my opinion, worse than some of the things we see in the US, because at least we had the court systems. Don't know how it would hold up nowadays with the makeup of the court systems. That would shut down a lot of these things. Because the Supreme Court allowed the Mississippi ID law for social media sites, which is effed.
stories relating to what's happening in the world at the moment were removed from those search results. Now, this just sounds like I'm a guy on the internet complaining about not being able to goon, and I can understand to the less initiated how that might be the case.
Let my titties go!
Tyrannical leadership overnight. And in the past month, we've seen 3 new laws, one of which being the Online Safety Act, where our freedoms are getting taken away from us, and we're being sold this narrative how it's for the protection of children, it's for the protection of women, it's for the protection of ourselves. Like, we can't make our own decisions about what we consume on the internet. It's even got to the point where, regardless what your opinions of Trump are, even he's raised an eyebrow at what we're doing in the UK. And to be fair, the amount of issues that America's got at the moment, for them to have any comment on what we're doing in the UK just shows how bad it's really getting. So in the next 3 weeks, we're going to start seeing
my point exactly
pulled from the internet and not accessible anymore. Now, I do know that there's a few people putting together a list of the ones that they know are banned so far, or the ones that are going to be banned by the end of the month. As soon as I get a copy of that full list, I'll do a full video about it, and we'll see what those websites look like from the UK. Now, to be clear, if websites are banned in the UK, you can use VPNs to get around it. I'm not recommending you do it, of course, because I'm not allowed to do that, because that's a criminal offense. So make sure you check out private internet access at the link down below.
Okay, yeah. I've already given my spiel about Cape Technologies and private internet access and all that, but overall, pretty good video. Definitely got me worked up quite a bit on a few parts, as you could tell. But yeah, it's very scary. It's very scary what's happening and the fact that all these things are happening at the same time. Excuse me. But it's also effed up, as he said, Trump is starting to realize and look at this and raise an eyebrow. Do you know how bad that is that Trump is even like, wow, that's a little bit effed up? That tells you just how effed up it is. When people are like looking at it and they're like, wow, even Trump sees it's effed up. Because normally he's the one doing the effing. But, yeah, a broken clock is right twice a day. Exactly, Abby. Exactly. Yeah. Ugh. I'm really worried about the state of where the world is going when it comes to all of these things. But, I'm hoping people wake up. But here's the thing that concerns me, okay? From my understanding, and correct me if I'm wrong here, this is being done by one of the more left-leaning parties. Now, in the grand scheme of the UK, our left in the USA would be closer to their right if you were looking on the spectrum. They're more center-left, we're more center-right, from what I recall. The pendulum never swings to the middle. It'll always swing harder to the other side. So my fear is enough people will get upset about this to push in the Thatcher lovers. You know, the Margaret Thatcher types. That's my perspective on things. I mean, you can agree or disagree with me. That's fine. That's just my view. Anyway. We're all going to burn in hell. Yeah. But anyway. Yeah, that one got me really worked up. But we're going to switch gears for a second. So, I gotta change over a few things. Hold on. We're gonna switch into the little bit of gaming section for the night. Of course, y'all can talk tech to me and everything like that. But I kind of got addicted to Hollow Knight. Hold on. What the? There we go. Hollow Knight, Silk Song. You know what's amazing about this game? What's going on inside of Australia that they don't come outside of the house? Oh, Australia is also effed in their own regard on different things. They're the ones that started a lot of this stuff. They have the Karens collective shout, ruining gaming. And by the way, Visa is apparently trying to directly get involved in regulating a bunch of games. Like, they're trying to create this position that I saw people talking about, where they're trying to create, I forget, it was like a director of game consulting or something like that, so that they can get more involved at the game, basically, and help shape the culture around it. I don't know about you, but I do not want Visa and MasterCard involved in the decision-making of my video games. And speaking of video games, this game has been pretty fun, and it's been so interesting to see all the AAA developers hating on it, because they're like, this game's like only $20. It shouldn't, you know, like, they're hating on it. I had to adopt cryptos much quicker. Oh, yeah. But I have a feeling that, and this is kind of upsetting, that it takes people to get to these extremes in the world to be able to understand just how bad the problem is. I got F'd in the A there. Wait, it's pointing down here. Does that mean it's down here? Okay. But yeah, it's been really interesting to see how AAA studios have been hating on this game because it's been doing so amazingly well. Ninth spell, send 20 measures, 2 beat smoke rock. Interesting. Oh god, I just walked into a boss battle. I'm gonna die. Yep. My father always said the green inside of Amex isn't made in America. Yeah, I can believe that. Curious. Where did I... Oh, I went down another level. Okay. So who else has been playing this game? Because it's been really entertaining. Oh, that's the door thing that I saw before. God damn it. I almost got him. Let's not forget about AI and using this data to train models. Yeah. Curious. What's over here? Nope. I wish there was like a sprint option in this game. Because I feel like you should be able to run faster at certain points. Curious, what are your thoughts on ICE using Paragon graphite software? That's the malware that they bought, right? I think it's a little bit effed up if you ask me. God damn it. I jumped into that. That was an effed up move for me. Now, what I'm curious about is, can you get more health bars in this game, or do you stay at 5 the entire time? Now, I do have to say that I do have one complaint about this game. So... Oh. That's great. I maxed that on shards. I don't like the fact that your compass takes up one of your item slots. That's something I think that shouldn't be part of it. I mean, I'm fine with making the game hard and all that. I mean, I'm not complaining. It's just the aspect of... There's little things that I'm like, why would you do it that way? Come on. Come on. Nope. Let's go down another level. Wait, I can bounce those off? Oh, I didn't know that. That changes everything. Okay, we got more? Okay, I gotta time that right. Come on, drop down. Fight me like a insect thing. Oh, motherfuck! I was doing so well! And I didn't know you could hit the actual, like, meteors. That changed everything, as you saw. God damn it. I forgot there's splody shit there. Oop, mistimed that. I forgot that if you just lightly tap it... There we go. You just killed your buddy. Come on. Too slow, fat ass. Booyah! There we go. Okay, now we saved that function. What the? What are you? Small pointy bug. Why do you bother us at work? Sound of your craft called me to investigate. What is your duty here? Are you some kind of smith? Smith, hardly crude. We are a forge daughter. How can a pointy bug not tell? Ours is the ancient line and honored role. These docks and lands around are fortunate to have our skills. Talented as you suggest, would you lend me your aid? I've lacked for my usual tools, and I suspect you could craft fine replacements. Blades and traps, no doubt. We know your type. Sorts, but maybe strange to this land. Some would likely prove fine challenge for your craft. Then we'll construct them, but you'll provide the materials in compensation for our time. Okay, we got shard bundles there, crafting kits. Yeah, I'm gonna have to get some beads. Okay, so that is the end of that over there. So, what's down here? Okay, that's new. I feel like that is... Yep. Okay, so if I lightly just touch it like that, we're good. Hey! Okay, so now I've got 18 of those orbs. I've got to collect quite a few more. God, that is so hard to, like, combat when you're constantly bouncing. Hot potato, hot potato. Who's got the hot potato? Hot potato. God damn it. Nope. Just missed it. God damn. Okay. Hey, I got a new thing. What's thing do? I have no idea what that was that I just got. Oh, a spool fragment. One half of the artifact left behind by the weavers designed to collect and hold silk. A completed spool will allow one to hold more silk within their shell. God damn. I was trying to get back to the safe place. Alright, gotta go back to my cocoon. Your power just came back on. How long were you out of power? Alright, come on, come on. Okay, what's this over here? Since 1 a.m. Oh, you've been without power most of the day then. About pirate software and his hacking career. Do you know anything about it? Is it true? I've actually made content about pirate software, and the honest truth is, there's been so many mistakes he's made that I don't really think he is as qualified as he claims to be. Yes, he may have a black badge, but those were team events, and you can't really tell, who contributed to what when you're in a team event. But the reality is, he's made a few comments on cybersecurity that made me go, Like, the one that stuck out in my mind was when he said VPNs are never a security tool. And I know for a fact, like, look, I will make the case all the time, like, no, it doesn't really matter if you use a VPN at your home to be more secure, but if you're out there in public, yes. But VPNs never being a security tool, that was definitely a major flub. he's not about as proficient. He's not as proficient as he likes to claim. Like, don't get me wrong. I don't know everything about cybersecurity. And I don't think anyone ever will. But I also know what I don't know. And the problem is, he's, oh, God damn it, one of those people that likes to come off as like he knows everything. And I'll tell my audience straight up, I know what I know. God damn it. I know what I know, and I could be wrong on things. I even say a lot of times, like, now chat, correct me if I'm wrong on certain things. Who are we talking about? Pirate Software. What is a black badge at DEF CON? A black badge at DEF CON is basically a prize for winning certain CTF challenges at DEF CON. And by winning one, you actually get free entry to DEF CON for a lifetime. That's essentially what a black badge is. Oh, God damn it. But yeah, if you go to DEF CON, you've probably seen my videos as well about DEF CON, where I've collected all the different badges. DEF CON's all about badge life. Different badges represent different things. Some badges you win from, earning them through CTFs. Some you, some you can just buy. But I heard he worked for the U.S. federal government testing security of power plants. He may have actually done that, but I don't think he's actually done the things he claimed to do at power plants. Now, what could that entail in terms of a power plant? It could be as simple as you were phishing some people. You dropped some flash drives in the parking lot. It doesn't mean as much as people thinks it does without actually, qualifying what he actually did. Does that make sense? Like, he's never actually gone deep into, like, pen testing concepts or everything like that. Like, I'm not saying he has to, like, pull up the tool and show us how to do it, but explain the process. And there's been a lot of gaps in his knowledge that, just very rookie level. And it also plays into the fact that his own coworkers at, Blizzard said he really didn't do all that much work. He kind of just sat and was on Reddit most of the day.
Mario. Borovara.
Alright, let's see. Where am I at? Oh, no, wait. I already did that. Give me them beads, boy. I hard lizard. What? But yeah, Pirate Software also, didn't he lose like 90% of his viewership since the Stop Killing Games thing? And let me make this very clear. I don't think it was just the Stop Killing Games incident. I think it was a combination of Stop Killing Games, the World of Warcraft thing, and his inability just to accept that he may be wrong.
Karkena.
Experienced individuals have other people tracking Reddit habits, etc. But Pirate Software also literally got his job because of nepotism. He doesn't even fully understand what it means. It's like, okay, you may have been, you know, qualified on your own and your brother didn't make it in, but the fact of the matter is you got away with as much as you did that people were saying that you did at your job because of your connection. And nobody wants to be known as that person that upsets the executive's relative. Because in many places, that's a surefire way to get your career very shortened. Okay, I'm in a new area. Gotcha. Got your beads. Stop by to say hi, I'm going back to my music. Okay, Vampire, thanks for dropping in. Enjoy your tunes and your power. Have you ever seen him at DEF CON events? I have not. But there were people telling me he was there at the last DEF CON, but there were also a lot of people telling me no one spotted him at this DEF CON. And I was kind of going to be very shocked if he did show up to this most recent DEF CON because of all the events going on. You know, since then, DEF CON is the kind of place where people will call you on your BS. Not in a, you know, toxic manner, but like, you have to, you know, be honest about, you know, what you're doing and stuff because you're around people that know possibly a little bit more than you. Come on, Buzzboy. Get my rosary anal beads over here. Was that it over here? I feel like there's a cavern above. Nope. Guess there's not. All right, let's see. Going over here. Okay. Interesting, it didn't map that map out, that area over there. You know, it blows my mind that this was only a $20 game. What do you think about the chat control? I've made plenty of content about it. It sucks. If you want any specifics, you can go check the YouTube. And some of the clips I have here on TikTok. Where I go deeper into it, and then I think it's really just a bunch of bull to control people and the flow of information. Are they really gonna do it? Yeah, they're really gonna do it. They're proposing it in their legislation, and this is chat control 2.0. That's why everyone has to go get their MEPs, their parliamentary members, to resist it. Oh yeah, you're just figuring that out. It's not about protecting the children. It's never been about protecting the children. The way they say that they're protecting children is more of a means to an end than anything. That I was a pen tester for U.S. federal government, then say I worked at Blizzard. Well, no, you have to understand. You worked at Blizzard for 7 years. You can't just say that you worked at Blizzard. You gotta say that, you know, you worked at Blizzard for 7 years. You know, and make sure to puff your chest out and make that seem like, you know, your whole identity and somehow you're better than everyone else because you got daddy to give you a job and got to work at Blizzard for 7 years. Becoming more and more enslaved even though we've never been free. Yup. If you were to predict the future, because you seem, how would you say the world will go? Honestly, I don't know how it's gonna go. But it's probably gonna be hell in a handbasket. The problem is, you have people in power that are always going to be obsessed with gaining more power in any way, shape, or form to get the ends to their means of whatever sick, twisted, perverted idea of things they want to build out. And as long as people decide to be apathetic to politics, like I've said before, you may not F with politics, but politics will most certainly F with you. Ooh, new area. So I know there was an exit there, but I'm just curious. What else is over here? Okay, so I've been to this area before. I remember those fruits. Yeah, I've been here before. Okay. But yeah, I don't know how it's gonna go, but I know it's gonna go badly if people don't actually, take things seriously. This dude. Do you believe a revolution can come up? That's gonna depend on if people actually pay attention. That all is predicated on the fact that, people have to actually be involved. The problem is, a lot of people haven't been paying attention to the world as it is.
Falaten. Diligam. Ha! Chuto.
Have a big, hot, glooming cave full of all sorts of tests. Big gate shut tight, locked up. If you could wiggle through, you'd get your claws on all kinds of goodies. I was just there! I gave you 10 beads for nothing. But yeah, everyone's like, we should have a revolution. Yeah, great. But who's gonna actually care? People are so apathetic. They're so numb to the world as it exists right now and all the issues going on in the world that they don't actually... Why are people so blind to the truth? They literally don't get it. Because ignorance is bliss. Yeah, this is so effed. I think they're scared of the unknown and rather stay at what they known their whole life. Well, yeah. And a lot of people don't really, care to even research about politics and stuff. So, of course, the problem becomes... no one wants to educate themselves. How do I beat this dude? Most of them are just controlled by media and blinded. Well, let's put it this way. How many people do you know have spent more time focusing on what celebrities do and their relationships and stuff like that? The average person can't name their local politician, their representative. The average person only knows how to vote for a party, not a person. Until people actually want to wake up and educate themselves, that would be the real revolution. If you want revolution to actually happen, it starts in the minds first. Revolutions don't just happen. You think they're gonna control our money to a sick extent? What makes you think they're not already? They've basically been devaluing currencies for many years, so that way you're basically just having to be a slave to work consistently. The rich get richer, the poor get poorer. How do you game on here with the 128 VRAM? I'm on a NVIDIA 3070. Average Linux user. What? Professional, has a job, actually makes decent money, and is enjoying games, not living in their mother's basement? Yeah, okay. That's us, the average. Okay, just making sure. You think about the 1984 George Orwell book. Well, it was supposed to be a warning, not a prophecy. It was not supposed to be a manual to teach those who want to be in control. If that makes sense. I can't go past 128 VRAM. I'm new to virtual machines. Well, your issue is you're using VirtualBox, probably. You need to get on a Type 1 hypervisor and get away from VirtualBox. So on Windows, that would be Hyper-V. On Linux, that would be KVM or QEMU. I know you're using VirtualBox because that's the only way that would have that limitation. The problem is, VirtualBox is what we call a Type 2 hypervisor. I actually talked about this earlier on the stream. Where basically a Type 2 hypervisor sits on top of the operating system and relies on the operating system to divvy up the resources and, you know, all that. Whereas a Type 2 hypervisor, a Type 1 hypervisor, can interact directly with the hardware. And also, I'm running Linux native. I'm not on a virtual machine, just to be clear. Well, not native, but bare metal. Just came across your page and I'm happy you did. Oh, nice. Hope you stay. Happy hacking. Also check out the YouTube. And I'm also streaming over to Twitch. And YouTube. I'm just kind of enjoying this game until Borderlands 4 comes out. Then I'll be playing that this Friday after I get my ham shack set up and get my ham radio antennas installed. Been here for a 5th day and I can't stop. Oh, I appreciate that, guys. That means a lot to me. I don't make my content because I want to get famous or, you know, rich. I make it because I want to inform people. God damn it! And share the knowledge that I've gained over the years when it comes to all of my tech adventures, and be a privacy advocate as well, so people can be educated on the things that are happening that impact us. Because a lot of people, I'm going to be honest with you, if you get into cybersecurity, full disclosure, you have to understand politics, because we deal with compliance and legislature all the time, and we have to stay on top of as things change. Like, I have to be familiar with not just the EU GDPR, there's FedRAMP in the USA, HIPAA, high-tech in the USA for both of those. Then also we have, what is it, in South Africa it's POPIA, in Canada it's PIPEDA, and in South Africa, no, I already said it's South Africa, in China it's PIPL. And those are all data regulations that you have to understand in cybersecurity. Especially if you start working in serving different countries. All right. What's up, Chief? Hey, Govy Cat, how's it going? Well, you know, it's the typical Monday. Not enjoying it because, you know, I don't like Mondays and lasagna like Garfield. I ain't got time for you, buddy. Oh, I gotta get one more, poke in. Oh yeah, let's get myself healed up. And the cocoon should be over. Yeah, I'm still waiting for Borderlands 4, by the way. Okay, come on. Ah, I don't know where I'm supposed to go. God damn it. I am on my last thing. Oh, wow, there is... Oh, this is gonna be a little bit risky. If we drop down at the right time, we can find that. That was close. Yeah, same. I do have a question with the Linux environment. Can I just play any games there, or... What's the or? Before I give an answer, because I'm sure you're typing out something else. Okay, I am curious if anyone has tips for beating this one boss. Hollow. Song. Awesome. Bell Beast, Lace. Okay, Lace. Lace acts as a skill check, tasking you with defending against their parries and learning to be patient with your attacks. Lace is found. Or do I have to go to a game station like Shadow.tech? No, you can play pretty much any game. The only issues I run into are kernel level anti-cheat. Yeah, like I don't really do anything special. For the most part, I just install Pop OS, then install Steam, then I can play the game. Okay. So... Okay. I'm not skilled enough for that. Located in the deep docks. So I gotta go to the deep docks. That's what I need. Okay. I'm planning on buying a Lenovo ThinkPad for cybersecurity. Can I just use Parrot as the main OS, or should I keep it as live USB? You can use it as the main OS. There's nothing wrong with keeping it as the main OS. I know plenty of people who do. It's a very capable operating system. I know quite a few people that use it, so yeah, you should be fine. And it's a Debian type Linux, so it's got a lot of support. The one that you should keep as a live USB is Kali. Okay, I see. So I do need the sprint ability. Of course, everyone has a unique choice, but in DEF CON, which OS is the most used? I'd probably have to say Parrot is one of the ones I see the most, but everyone has their choice. Like, I still see a lot of Macs there, which shocks me because Mac can't really work well with a lot of the tools. Okay, so let's keep going. Oh, mother! Who is worse, Mac or Windows? Mac. Windows, I can at least do a lot of my work in Windows subsystem for Linux and stuff like that. Do that again. Okay, you did it again. Come on. That's right. Who's your daddy? All right, come on. Where are we going now? So how do I get that? Alright. No splody shit. Let's keep going on. Oh, I meant to go up there so I could sit. It cracks me up that developers are like so scared of this game and they're bitching about it. Oh, it's only $20. Oh, why is this game doing so much better than my AAA title? Maybe because they, you can tell the developers actually put their heart and soul into it. Apparently this is a two-man studio.
Herka. Oralos. Pushanka.
Mistimed that one. Yeah, gotcha. Okay. We're in the deep docks. So how do I get up there is the question. Okay, maybe... Oof, that was close. Alright. Hippitus, hoppitus, hippitus, hoppitus, hippitus, hoppitus. Aha! Okay, I got a place to rest. Okay, let's continue on. Nope. Missed that. Okay. Oh! Mother! God damn!
Friend.
I don't like this. There's no... Oh, boss area. Yep. I knew that was gonna happen. Alright. Oh, that was close. Alright, let's move on. Let's get that boss. Let's get that boss. Mother. Okay, let's try this again. Okay, there's your buddy.
Friend.
How the... I thought I healed myself. God damn it. Okay, let's try it this way.
Friend. Friend. Friend.
Mother... So if I get disturbed in the middle of doing that, I lose it. Are you above the law? Wait, what? God damn it. No, no, God, no. damn it. I'm gonna die a million times, aren't I? Why don't Chinese... I don't even know what kind of question that is. There we go. You ever wondered why they make retro NES games? Well, you can still make the games for them. There's not... I mean, a lot of people do it because it's a lot more simpler. Mother goddamn... At least I'm starting to get the timing down a little bit better. All right. Ooh, that was a little too close for comfort. Wait, what was back here then? Ha! Oh. I see. I see, said the blind man as he picked up his hammer and saw. Don't. Find your strength to yours, reclaim the future of our haunted kingdom. Yay! Swift step. Oh. Oh. They made them using assembly. Do you know it? I don't know assembly. Mostly what I do is bash, Python, and a little bit of PowerShell. Some kind of weird dog. What happens when the company you work for gets hacked? Do you get blamed, or because I don't know, owner of the company would react to the information? No, we, look, there's two kinds of companies. Those who know they've been hacked, and those who don't know yet that they've been hacked. There's no way to guarantee that, you're not gonna get hacked. Plain and simple. It's just one of those things. So, we actually did suffer a compromise at work. And mostly what it was auditing the data that they may have accessed and seeing what the damage was, and then, going from there. That's why it's very important when you actually are in cybersecurity. One of the things you actually try to do is reduce the blast radius. So, essentially, you plan for, if you do ever happen to get compromised, you want to limit the damage that does happen. How'd you remain a saint not attending to the underminers of the code? I don't know. I'm looking into learning about becoming an incident response in cybersecurity. Okay. I wish you luck on that adventure. Okay, I see. Oh, no. Fuck the flow, I've had you. Your threats are worthless, child. If you are my foe, stay your voice and raise your blade. Delicious, I like you already. Damn it. Evildoers of encryption hold companies hostage. Oh, you mean the ransomware stuff? Yeah, that'll happen. But that's not the only type of attack. A lot of times what they're doing is they're going into systems through social engineering and then exfiltrating a lot of data and then just trying to threaten the client. course, I'd like to become a pen tester, but I want to firstly learn blue team, then switch. That's the better way to do it, because it is very hard. Are you effing kidding me? I did not just do that. They weren't aware of ransomware. I want to learn how systems operate in order to penetrate them. That's the better way to look at it, because the problem is, I see a lot of people that are like, I want to go straight into pen testing. And they don't know jack shit about systems. And the reality is, a lot of the systems that enterprises use, like zero trust network access and stuff like that, you don't deal with that in the consumer side of things, really. So you gotta learn about how they segment apps and everything to discover it. And you become a much more effective pen tester that way. That's actually how I'm planning to do my moves. Oh, God. Ah, damn it. The annoying thing is, I gotta keep doing this and then go down. I can't code, you have to write boring things, put me to sleep. You don't really have... there's a lot of people in cybersecurity that can't code. I just happen to be one of the few ones that can at least stumble their way through it. In where I work. God damn it. And honestly, if you want to learn to code just a little bit, ChatGPT 5 is not too bad. Although at work, I mostly use Amazon Q to help me through a lot of things. And we're using it with Claude Sonnet 3.7 and Claude 4. Would you act if someone came up to you and started a DDoS? You don't just do that. You have to set up a framework around all of that, because a DDoS is decentralized denial of service, which means you have a lot of different assets that you're doing that at the same time. God damn it. Cloudflare was crazy for stopping that DDoS. Yeah, the amplification attack ones, those were interesting. God damn it. Have you ever been denied services? No. I'm sure it can happen if things were exposed, but it hasn't happened to me yet. Not saying it can't happen, just saying it hasn't happened. I have my stuff behind Cloudflare, and at work we have stuff behind Cloudflare and CloudFront. Well, I actually did take care of a DDoS at another company I had. Cloudflare Enterprise made sweet work of that. I'm getting a little bit better. Doing a little bit better. They have so many leaks, there are databases you can buy. Yeah. And I have about 24 terabytes of hard drives of hashes and passwords that I've for rainbow tables that I've picked up from DEF CON. Yeah, I'm gonna get boned in this one. Yup, I got boned. Is this game good for beginners getting into Metroidvanias? It's a good game, it's just... it's not the easiest ones. It's definitely gonna take a little bit of, you know, coordination, but... it's definitely fun. Yeah, I knew I got boned in that one. I wasn't paying attention. Think they made this game in assembly? No, it's definitely not made in assembly. Nobody really makes stuff in straight assembly because it's so difficult to write. Everyone does higher level languages because they're easier to write with. The last game I know of that was written in assembly was Roller Coaster Tycoon. News data leak, data, a lot of schools, random companies, everything. That was close. God damn it. They should combine blockchain and assembly to make it work. What the hell? Now you're just spewing things without understanding what they are. That's two completely different things. And having it in assembly wouldn't even do anything different. Oh, mother goddamn! And I'm dead. Sega games are like 3 megabytes. Yeah, because look at how low resolution they are. You only really had to have so many sprites, then program the levels, and it wasn't nearly as complex as games are today. And this game is far more complex than any of the Sega games were. I honestly think you reading a little Wikipedia article would probably help a little bit. Fire Studios to make it work, Sega didn't even have font built in. Yeah. But you don't need to write things in assembly to be that small. And assembly is just one option of many. Oh, I'm messing this one up. And I'm dead. Well, computing was very different than what it is now. That's for sure. Okay, come on. I want to beat this boss before I call it a night. Well, there's a lot of things they know that we don't know, and a lot of things we know that they don't know. Technology changes. Technology gets lost through the years. Mistimed that one. God damn it. She's a tough boss. They used to use complex algorithms. Dreamcast got compromised through a memory stick. That doesn't really mean much. God damn. Hey, Mendo, whatever you're drinking, you should probably lay off the booze. Got a little overzealous there. God damn it, I messed that up. You know what I need to do? I need to remember that I have the things I can throw. Oh, goddamn. Yeah, this is Pop OS Linux. I'm getting better, but I still suck. God damn it, I was so close. My friend Garfield, you two would get along very well. That's the joke. I don't like lasagna, and I don't like Mondays. I also don't like the fact that I keep dying to this damn boss! Damn it. I feel like I need more silk. I think that's what I need to get another, like... I feel like you need to grow more health or something in this game. Oh, mother goddamn! God damn it. I'm going a little closer so I don't have to run as much. Ah, mother goddamn it. Okay. Hopefully now that I'm closer, that shouldn't be as much of an issue. Oh, god damn it. I'm doing a little bit better, but I'm still sucking. I'm sucking freaking donkey dick at this game. Freaking pissing me off. Her freaking laughs are taunting me. Okay, come on. Okay, I'm mistiming this one. Oh, missed that one. I rolled away into the lava. Ah, damn it. For a 2D side-scroller, this game sure is damn hard. Damn it. Didn't even get her unconscious this time. Or knock her dizzy. Ever played on them arcade games? Yeah. That's not good. God damn it. The first video games played. Tribes 2, Legend of Zelda, Ocarina of Time, Link to the Past. I think I really just started on the Game Boy and Nintendo 64. Okay, I gotta stop being overzealous and trying to get 2 strikes in. 1 and back off. God damn it. Played... No, I don't think I've played that one. You're gonna die a lot in this game. Superman 64. I did like, what was it, the, Star Wars X-Wing Squadron, that game. Remember when we had to get Donkey Kong 64 so we could get the expansion pack? God damn it, I was so close on that one. They made Dreamcast run GTA. Yeah, Dreamcast was ahead of the time. It mainly failed because of its price point. It was too expensive. It also had one of my favorite games, Jet Grind Radio, which set the stage for... Got a little overzealous there. Why the hell did I just do that? Oh, I was so close. I grew up without microtransactions in all the games. I didn't have to imagine it. I lived it. hell did I walk into that? I just avoided it. A little bit overzealous there. Okay. What the hell? No! I was so close! Be able to talk about anything slightly in gray area like Internet Archive or abandonware. Yep. Contact your MEPs. Oh, mother! I did not just do that. God damn it. We do your bidding, no questions. I don't know. Like I said, you can contact your MEP representative for your country and tell them you don't want it. You still have a few days to actually raise your voice and sign petitions and all of that stuff. And if you're not even doing that, at the bare minimum of your civic duty to make sure that, you know, you can protect your freedoms and have your voice heard, then, well, that's why they get away with doing a lot of this stuff. Pay for your tuition? Nah. I ain't made of money. I still gotta pay off my tuition. No comments. I don't think she gets into the EU. And your argument is what? Oh, I'm not gonna, you know, at all let my voice be heard, and I'm just gonna sit back and complain about it instead of actually at least do the bare minimum that you know you can do. At least I can sit here saying I've called my congressman and my senator anytime there's issues. So if things do happen to pass, I can at least say, look, I did my best to let people get educated on the issues and also voice my dissent. But you wonder why things keep getting worse? Because no one actually speaks up. Apathy is what is the problem with politics. You may not F with politics, but it'll F with you. Damn it. He might delete us in a few days. Belarus and Russia And? Your argument is what? Oh, I'm not gonna do anything at the bare minimum. Like, dude, you can complain all you want. You can make excuses as much as you want. But when things actually happen, are you gonna be able to sit there and say, well, I at least tried? Or are you gonna say, damn, I didn't do anything? Because I want you to understand, there's tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of other people that are gonna have the same problem. And when people are like, how could they pass this? Well, simple. Your politician didn't know just how much was actually on the line in terms of their political capital. Okay, and I have ADHD. That's not an argument. All I hear are excuses. You're telling me you can't even send an email, call? Goddamn. Ah, motherfucker. I am so damn annoyed with this boss. Should have known that was coming. I have quite a few followers on TikTok. What? There's 388,000. Twitch, I just crossed 1,600. YouTube, I just crossed 3,300. It's all a little gain here and there. I hope eventually it at least pays off for my home lab expenses. That would be nice. I'm trying to avoid... She's gonna do that little... That was what I was trying to avoid. Damn it. That was what I was trying to avoid when they get that glint. Yeah, Debian 13's on my little mini laptop. It's pretty nice. If I die one more time or I finish the boss, I'm calling it a night. Because I do have work in the morning. Ooh. A little bit overzealous there, buddy. Nope, nope, nope. Nope, nope. Mother goddamn. Okay. Yep. That's a good stopping point for tonight because I do have work in the morning. Man, I got a little bit further in the game, but my god, that boss was annoying the shit out of me. Well, anyway, thank you for joining my stream, guys. Sorry, if you haven't already, make sure to follow all my socials: TikTok, Twitch, Kick, YouTube, Blue Sky, Mastodon, and of course, don't forget to join the Discord and Matrix server as well. All are welcome. Thank you for hanging out with me. I should be on next stream on Wednesday. Yeah, Wednesday is the next stream. So, thank you all. Happy hacking, everyone. Love you all. Stay safe. And, as always, happy hacking. And stick around for the raid if you're on Twitch.